So good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Veterans BizUp conference. I'm so excited again to be doing this day 2. This is the first time we're going to be doing this for 3 days. We had this conference back in 2018, soon to be 19, where we did it in person. And this year we're taking a stab at doing it virtually. And I think people who are coming in are going to be popping in and out during the different sessions throughout the day as we progress with our presenters here. And this morning, we have a great lineup again today, kicking us off with Kevin Coleman talking about leadership. And then he's going to go right into what do you need to do? What are those key things you need to have for sales? And then we have, Valerie Austin. She's going to help us on the career track on doing those things. And I can't wait to hear that because I'm all about careers. Then we have Janice from Maryland Labor, who's going to be teaching us some of the services that they have that we all really should know about. And a lot of that stuff is available to the public, but believe it or not, a lot of us don't even know this stuff exists. So this is really going to be informational to you. And then we also have some other sessions coming up later in the day. It's going to be so jam-packed. Please feel free to share this information with your colleagues, with your network, and tell them to be in the room. Also, for those who attended this session and actually attended, we'll get, when the link is generated, we'll get a copy of the recording for today. So you can always go back and get the information. If you missed anything, it would definitely be recorded and sent out to all of those who have attended. And also, as a special thank you, we're also sending you a link to the new Veterans resource directory that was put together to help bring some of the resources. This is our first resource directory that we are reaching out to different organizations. If you would like to participate in that, you can visit our website at destinationachievers.org. If you would like to support any of the other campaigns that we have going on, from food baskets to book bags to just donating and helping out other veterans, disabled persons, low-income families, helping them to maintain. Feel free to do that. If you would like to collaborate with Destination Achievers on any future events, definitely let me know as well. And we will be looking at the chat window. So if you have any questions, please feel free to put yourself on or take yourself off mute and ask a question at the end of the session. We would like to be as interactive with you as possible. And again, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kevin, who's going to kick us off and get us inspired for today on influential leadership.
Good morning. Thank you, Ann, so much for this opportunity and this platform in general to speak to veterans. And first and foremost, I am a fellow veteran, but I want to say to each and every one of you, thank you for your service. And I even love the slogan. I love the logo where we do that salute. And I still know how to do it. It snapped right in place, just like that. So I want to thank you for that, and I salute you on today. See, yesterday we had a great time, and I didn't have that much time to talk about the DNA of influential leadership, but I did give you high-level nuggets from that. But today I just want to go in just a little more depth about that. Although this is, like I said, an hour-long, 2-hour-long, sometimes half-day-long training that I provide organizations. But today I want to give you the highest level and give you 3 of the points, which I'm going to focus on is the DNA of influential leadership. And I want to ask you these questions. If you ever worried about influencing your direct reports in a positive way, you're in the right place. If you ever wanted to be more influential with those around you that you work with on a daily basis, or they're your customers or clients, you're in the right place. Or last but not least, if you are in this training where you want to learn some good golden nuggets that you can apply to your life and see the benefit and the fruit that comes from it, you're in the right place. And I like to say it like this. You're in the right place for the right reason, for the right season, and this is the right time. So I want to thank you for being here. Again, my name is Kevin M. Coleman. As I said yesterday, I'm the founder and CEO of KMC Empowerment. And as you can see in my logo, I say inspire, motivate, and lead. And when I talk about inspiring individuals and groups, we're talking about through executive coaching with clients, customers, things of that nature. And then when I'm talking about motivating individuals and groups, I'm talking about motivational empowerment speaking. And last but not least, we teach leaders how to lead with excellence through trainings such as this: personal assessment trainings, also program development trainings, customer relationship trainings, and you're going to get a little taste of that a little bit later. But we're talking today about the DNA of influential leadership. And the first thing I want to tell you, I'm a John Maxwell speaker, coach, and trainer. And when I talk about John Maxwell, I love this talk about all the things he did. You know, of course, he's on the faith-based arena as well as in leadership and, you know, top executives. And he's really well known when you look at the federal government and in the military. A lot of his training points and things that he come up with, his assessments and such, has been used throughout the military for many years. When we look at John Maxwell, one of his favorite slogans is, leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. And that's why it's so critically important to understand the DNA of leadership so you can be that influential person with all those around you. And when I look at this, I say to myself, what does a D mean when we talk about the DNA of influential leadership? The D is discipline. Discipline. Write these things down. Make sure you got a pen and paper so you can take copious notes as we move forward. Discipline. When we're talking about discipline, the same way we say in the military. When we say discipline, we got to understand that that means give yourself a command and follow through on it. Not by happenstance, not sometime, but just like a direct order, we need to follow through on that command in a powerful way. And that's the type of mindset we need to have. We need to deliver on the promises we made. We talked yesterday about the finances and how we need to go about, you know, getting our budget in order. Talk about how we need to go ahead and put a financial structure in place so we can be the best viable organization that we can be. However, we also need to start thinking about when you say you're going to do so, when you do that 5-year plan, when you do your business plan, you meet with all your constituents, you need to deliver on those promises that you made, not only for your clients, but for yourself. Because the first step in leadership is self-leadership. So be disciplined. And once you are disciplined, not only will you lead yourself in a powerful way, but also people around you will begin to admire you for what you've done. I know that may not make a difference to you, but it means a lot to those around you that see you in that light. Also, people will feel connected to you because you are delivering on those promises that you have made. You are being that person of discipline. And also, once you are showing those attributes of discipline in your life, you also will begin to see your performance increase. Yes, because once you start something, that momentum will keep going and you'll start seeing it grow exponentially in your career and in your business. And then also you got to understand you'll make an impact for those around you when you are being disciplined in your effort. For example, let's talk about Ann. I'm gonna put you on the spot, Ann. When you put this whole VeteransBizUp conference together, you had to be disciplined. You had to pivot. You had to make changes at a moment's notice. You had to change the schedule, change everything that we're going to do. We're going to be in person. We're going to have all the people there, just like the years past. But no, we had to change things. But it takes discipline to get that done. It's not by happenstance. And it's not easy. And I take my hat off to you if I had one on, but I don't. But anyway, here we go. But also you got to understand, people want to be like you when you display discipline. How many of us remember that colonel or that master sergeant or that gunny that we saw in the military that we said, man, I would like to be like him. I'm going to strive to be just like him or her. I was there. I'll never forget Colonel Nagle when I was in Fort Lost in the Woods. Some people may know that you're prior to the military, Army. You'll understand Fort Lost in the Woods, Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. But anyway, but I never forget he met with us as young soldiers, basic training. And I never seen a colonel before, and he came up to us. He was from Hawaii. And Colonel Nagle, he came up to us and he said, You can do it. I did it. You can do it too. I'm not making fun of his voice, ladies and gentlemen, but you have to realize how that impacted my life. By him looking at us directly, making that eye contact with us and say, you can do it. I did it. You can do it too. That spoke volumes to me in my core. And I take that lesson along with me in life. Anything I want to do, anything you want to do, it's in my DNA to have discipline to make things happen. Give myself a command and follow it through. Now I want you to raise your hand. Somebody type in chat. If you agree with me, say, you better believe it, Brother Coleman. You better believe it. And give me a high five or something. I see you over there, Gwen. There you go, Valerie. That's what, you give it up. Well, how about you, Belle? Come on, man. Give it up to me. There you go, man. Give it. I see you. See, that's what we're supposed to do. And also, when you begin to deliver on those things that you want to do in life, people will listen to you. How many remember that commercial when what's the name of that commercial? When what's his name walks in the building, everyone listens. I forgot the guy's name, but anyway. But the thing about it is, when you walk into the building and you are that person that has that discipline, people are watching you now.
That's E.F. Hutton.
E.F. Hutton, there you go.
That's
when
right.
E.F. Hutton speaks, people listen. That's what it was. E.F. Hutton. So that E.F. Hutton mentality is what we need to have. Not that we're trying to shine all the light on us, but when we have that discipline, that honor, that courageousness, guess what? People are going to see you and they want to reach out to you. And that would expand your reach to those around you because you are showing up in that way. And last but not least, when we're talking about delivering on your promises, guess what? People will begin to trust you. Do you know that's the cornerstone of leadership? Do you know that's the cornerstone of your business? Do you know that's the cornerstone of your life, to be trusted and valued? And I'll talk more about that when I do the next presentation. But nonetheless, the D is what? I want everybody to type in there, discipline. Discipline. The D is discipline. Now let's talk about the N, when we're talking about the N of influential leadership. The N is nobility. You have to be a noble leader. Here's a quote. I said it yesterday. A quote is, a true nobility is exempt from fear. True nobility is exempt from fear. What I'm talking about is false evidence appearing real. We've all been there in business. We're business owners. We've been there at that time when you didn't have no clients. We've been there at the time when things came so quick and the money was coming in and everything like that, and then it dried up, didn't it? That's why when you're a noble leader, guess what? You're not going to let those times stop you from reaching your full potential. Those times should be the times that it should ignite your fire for you to continue moving forward. Here's a quote from Bill Gates. Bill Gates says this: as we look ahead into the next centuries, leaders will be those who are empowering others. See, when you're a noble leader, you will empower those around you in a powerful way. And it will increase your influence with those around you. See, once you are a noble leader, people will seek you. They will seek you and want to see that potential within you and want to grow. They also will share your knowledge and experience so you can empower others with those around you, because you are a noble leader. You're not trying to keep everything to yourself. You want to share with others. And also, when you look at a noble leader that empowers those around you, you will equip, encourage those around you as well. You won't just keep everything to yourself. It's not a one-man show or one-woman show. It's all about how can you pour into those around you. And that's what I love about a noble leader. And also a noble leader, they touch into their passion and their purpose as well. How many of you know your passion and purpose? By show of hands, how many of you know your passion? I got one thumbs up there. I see it. No, I see you over there. I got it. I got another thumbs up, but I see it. See, when you know your passion and you know your purpose, can nothing stop you. That fire, that pilot light is always burning because you always have something to strive for. Now I want to ask right now, I'm gonna stop right here for a moment. I want someone to take themselves off mute. And if they are willing and brave enough to share, I want you to tell us, what is your passion? Now, I had a few people raise their hand. Now, I want you to tell me, what is your passion? Anybody, la-di-da.
All right, I'm going to start. Okay, so my passion really is just for folks to reach whatever goals that they have set for their life. And if I can be a part of helping them reach that goal or to achieve that something that will help them move forward. And I think that's always been my passion. It's behind everything I do. And I know how hard it was when I was reaching out for help to reach my passion. So I know how important it is. So any mentoring, any help, any financial, whatever, I'm always that humanitarian that loves to do that kind of thing. So.
I love that. Thank you so much. Give you a virtual high five for that one. That was nice. That's what's up. Now, let me get one more person to share what your passion is. Come on, be bold and be courageous.
I'll say what my passion is. This is Valerie.
Come on, Valerie.
I love people, and anything that I can do to help them to reach their goals, as Ann said, is wonderful to me. And I do that as a conduit through career and college readiness. Anything that I can do to get them to the next level is my passion.
There you go. I love it. I love it. Give Valerie a high five. Come on. There you go. Pow. That's a nice one. So when we look at your passion, you see how that passion, didn't you feel it when they were talking about it? And the same thing with me. My passion is to see people reach exponential growth within themselves and within their businesses. How I do that? I pour into them through coaching and training and leadership development. Those are the ways that I touch their lives. And the reason why I love empowerment, because every time, and I mean this with all sincerity, any coaching client I've had, any client I've had where I have done speaking engagement, every time I leave the room, and before I leave this one today, you're going to leave feeling empowered. And guess what? That's not about Kevin M. Coleman, KMC Empowerment. It's about the Holy Spirit that's moving through me. Because when you have that passion, you have that power within you to do whatever you want to do. And that purpose will follow suit because you were following it within your passion. And last but not least, we're still talking about nobility, believe it or not. Last but not least, when you have nobility and you're empowering others, you begin to show the belief that you give those around you. It's infectious. It's infectious when you begin to empower people with your nobility. It's infectious for those around you. Now let's go on to the last one. Now we're talking about the DNA still. We talk about the DNA, we need to understand that authenticity is critically important. Authenticity, so write this down, authenticity. And when you are authentic as a leader, you have no competition. I mentioned that yesterday and I kind of ended there. But what I mean by that is this. When you are true to yourself and you are walking into your own purpose and your own passion and you're authentic with yourself, guess what? Can't nobody copy you. If someone try to be like you, guess what? They're never going to be like you because you are authentically you, Valerie. You are authentically you, and you are authentically you, Edward. We all are authentic to ourselves. So walk in who you are and whose you are in every facet of life. All right? And then when we also look at our purpose and being authentic in what we're doing, guess what? 100% is guaranteed, no lie. Because once you are that person that is being authentic in all that you do, you will know your purpose. You'll know that vision for your organization. You'll have it written down. You have it written down in your, you should, every one of us as leaders, every one of us as business owners, we need to have our vision statement and our mission statement written down that we can see it on a regular basis. And not just see it, but walk in it, read it, understand it, repeat it to yourself. And even with that, I'll give you one more thing about authenticity. When we talk about being an authentic leader, we also sometimes need to have our vision board. A lot of people don't like vision board. I love my vision board. I look at that thing almost every day. I even have it on my phone because that's another way to reinforce that authentic you. That's what you're striving for. That's who you are. That is your purpose. So remember to have that all in the forefront of your mind and understand what your strengths are and what are your weaknesses and those opportunities and even those threats in your life. Because that threats help build up that momentum that you need, but you stay within your strength zone, you will always have that desire to achieve more. Now, when I say more, I want you to write these letters. Now, everybody write down M, O, R, E. And what I'm talking about more is maximize opportunities with relentless enthusiasm. Why I say that? Because when we're talking about the DNA of influential leadership, it's required of you, ladies and gentlemen, to do more. Not sit back on your laurels. Don't let the time just fade away and pass away. You need to continually evolve, continually to train, continually to grow yourself. Whether you find yourself a mentor who can pour into you with financial, a mentor that can pour into you with mindset, a mentor that can pour into you with how you business acumen, or you find yourself a coach who will pull out of you that greatness by asking you those questions you want to ask yourself. By asking you those questions, putting that mirror to your face, so you can see yourself for who you are and whose you are and where you want to be. That's what a coach will give you. We'll ask you those questions that you want to ask yourself. We'll find out a topic that you want to talk about, whether it's how to grow your business or whether it's how to interact with customers in a better way. That's what we'll do. We'll ask you those questions you want to ask yourself, and then you'll think into it. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You are fully resourced. What I mean by that, you have all the acumen, all the knowledge that you need, but you just need the right people to ask you the right questions to pull out that information. And as a coach, once I ask you these questions, I'll get you to think into those questions in a deeper way, and then we're going to come up with a chronological solutions on how you should solve that issue and grow in that situation. And then once we do that, I'll help you be accountable to the things that you say you want to do. That's coaching in a nutshell.
Give us those acronyms again for more.
Maximize opportunities with relentless enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm, that's right. First of all, I really love what you just said this morning. It definitely got me pumped up as far as passion. The aha moment for me that I kind of want to just stress, I guess, in this moment, because I'm so excited about what you said, was that, you know, we're all sort of business owners here. Most of us is. And if you're not, it still is the same thing, where we all have a mission statement for our business. We all have a vision for our business, but we don't have a mission and vision for ourselves. And that's very powerful. That's a powerful thing. Make sure you put yourself on mute. Okay, I think that's Mr. James. But that you know, not having that for ourselves is one of the things that we always tend to forget about ourselves. And I want us to always remember that we are first. We come first. We can't do anything unless we're first. So very, very, you know, empowering, Kevin. Thank you so much for that. And now we're about to get some business knowledge now. I hope everybody is ready for this one. I know I am. I hope everybody pumped up because I know I'm ready.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ann. I really appreciate that. And I wasn't just saying that. Every time we have a training, anytime, whether it's me or one of my associates working with me, and we provide a training, that's one goal that we have, is to leave the audience inspired but empowered. Okay. And I love motivation. Don't get me wrong. I can go in the room and I motivate you, get you going, everything else. However, inspiring is totally different. See, motivation comes and goes. Inspiration plants a seed that you water and you grow, and you're empowered to do bigger and greater things. And that's what we do. But nonetheless, I'm switching gears. Now we're going to talk about the 4 exponential secrets to sales and networking. This is very interactive. I only have about 40 minutes with you, so we're going to get through as much as we can during this time. One thing I've noticed as we were doing the trainings yesterday and listening to the speakers, especially in a financial seminar, many times as, you know, military prior military, veterans, and things of that nature, many times we tend to keep that mindset of we're saluting and we have people that's looking out for us and things of that nature. But when you become a business owner, sometimes you don't have that camaraderie that we love, that camaraderie that we're looking for. So we try to search for it in different ways. So when you start your business, many times you try to keep that mentality that everybody's going to be in your corner. Everything's going to work out just right because we're looking out for each other. And it doesn't always happen that way, does it? So today I'm going to talk about how you can connect with individuals and groups in a different way. Connect with your audience in a more powerful way. Connect with your clients in a more powerful, your teams that you work with. Some of us may have teams that we're working with in order to connect in a powerful way. And then I'm going to go into the 4 exponential secrets for sales and networking. And believe it or not, I'm going to give you a little trigger here. It's all in you. You hold the secrets. You have it all within yourself. But let's go on into it. When we're looking at, first I'll tell you a little more about me, just real quick. I'm gonna go over real quick. The first one is I'm an empowerment coach, trainer, speaker, as I mentioned before. I'm also certified federal internal coach training program coach. So I can go out to any organization in the federal government to coach individuals at the senior level, all the way down to journeyman. Also, I'm a certified John Maxwell coach. And I also am a certified John Maxwell DISC consultant, where I can go in and provide assessments of personality assessments for individuals and groups as well. And also I'm an employee engagement expert. Yes, I love employee engagement. And then also I'm a performance improvement practitioner. I love that one, the PIP. I am a PIP. All right, there we go. And then last but not least, I'm a founder of a coaching, training, speaking organization. As you can see over my left shoulder, right shoulder, see in front of you is KMC Empowerment. So I want to just stop there. Here we go. Now, today, what we're going to talk about for the next 35, 40 minutes or so, we're going to talk about how to understand and connect, how connecting increases influence in every situation. That's why I started off with that, discussing about connecting and what we thought about in the military. And then also going to talk about discovery and connecting is all about others. See, we got to remove ourselves sometimes. When you're talking about connecting with someone else, it can't be about you always. It has to be about them. And I'm going to show you some ways of doing it. Now, we're talking about how you want to get sales or want to increase sales in your networking. You better believe you got to get off yourself. I know you got a great business. I know you're doing great things, but get off yourself and look at that client, what's best for them. And then also you need to understand in connecting always requires energy. Do you see me? I keep energy popping because I know it's required for anything I do. I need to have my energy up. And also I need to know when to tone it down at times as well. It has the ebbs and flows that it has to go with. Here we go. And also we're going to talk about discovering connecting is more a skill than a natural talent. What I mean by that is this. Sometimes people are just naturally built, it's in their DNA, if you will, where they're outgoing and they can connect with people. And then some people aren't like that as much. So it's something you have to refine, you have to work on a daily basis. And I'll talk more about that as we go on. And last but not least, how you have the power to understand and how to communicate with clients and customers in a powerful way. So you got to understand this. That's the juice of what we're talking about today. Don't get me wrong, all the other 4 points, the other 5 points are good. But when we get to that point, that's when you're going to really get some nuggets, okay? Here we go. So let me ask this question. I want somebody, at least 1 or 2 people, to answer this question for me. In which setting do you feel most comfortable? One-on-one conversation, group interaction, or public speaking? Go ahead, type it in chat. Type it in chat. Go ahead, some people type it in there. It's interactive now. Come on, James. I don't see it yet. Haven't heard from you yet, James. All right, all right, all right. Now I want one person to come off mute and tell me what's your thoughts on it. Which one stands out best for you?
Don't be afraid to talk, and this is very interactive, so please feel free to take yourself off mute and communicate if you would like.
All right, I'm gonna ask Mike Reed. I like that name. One of my best buddy named Reed. Hey, Mike Reed, what is the best way? Which one you like? One-to-one conversation, small group interaction, or public speaking?
I like all 3.
All three, I love it. Anybody else? Let me get one more person. Candy, how about you?
I like group interaction, one-on-one. I like all three, like Mike Reed said.
All right. How about Jan? How about you? Which one stands out to you the most? That you, if you had to pick one, which one would it be, Jan? All right, Jan, not on yet. All right, so but nonetheless, I love the fact that everyone says they like all three. And many times as business owners, we find ourselves in that nuance where we like to be seen. We like to be out there. We want to take all three of these various different options and really walk into that in a powerful way. So I thank you guys for sharing that with me. Now let's get into it. When we look at the triple constraint of connecting, especially when we talk about veterans and VeteransBizUp and our businesses, we have to understand there is a triple constraint. And I know back in the day, my former life, I used to do project management. Now, I don't know, some of you know about the triple constraint. The triple constraint of project management is, who knows it? Go ahead, type it in chat. It's scope, time, and money. If any of those things go out of whack, your project gonna go out of course, okay? So what I wanna look at the triple constraint of connecting is this. No, your customers have to know you. They have to know what you're about. They have to know what your mission is. What is your value statement? What is it about you to make you who you are? What is that X factor that only you know? Share it with your customers. And then not only that, they have to like you. That's the second one. They have to like you. They have to like you for what you're doing. You have to be a likable person, if you will, if you want your customers to be attracted to you. And last but not least, the most critical factor of them all. If anyone can guess it, I'm gonna give you a high five. Anyone can guess what that last one is? No liking what? I know Kevin know it. Kevin, you gotta know it. Kevin, what is it, Kevin Johnson?
Trust.
It's trust. It's trust. If your clients can't trust you and trust what you offer them, then that triple constraint is faulty. So you need to make sure that you're touching all cylinders. And sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, it isn't in this order. Sometimes a customer want to trust you first and then get to like you and know you. And then there's other customers may like you and then they want to know you more and then begin to trust you. So it doesn't matter how the triple constraint come together. The bottom line, you have to have it in order. All right. Now let's go on to the next one. When we look at some soft skills, and this is any business owner, I don't care if you're in person or virtual. Right now I'm doing more out. I mean, in fact, I'm going to Las Vegas this weekend. I got a 4-day training I have to do there. But nonetheless, I'm beginning to go out more in person now. It's not virtual all the time. And when I do that, I always remember these skills, okay? When we're talking about your smile, why is your smile so important? It's because when you smile, people see you. Yes, they see you. They see who you are through your smile. It has to be authentic. Remember, we were talking about authenticity. Also, it's magnetic. It draws people towards you when you put on that smile. And you got a beautiful smile. When you smile, you brighten up the screen. You know that, Ann? Do you know that? You heard it before. I know your husband tell you all the time. But nonetheless, here we go. But also, that I is, I value you. When you begin to smile at individuals, when you begin to smile at your customers, they begin to value you. They see that you value them as well. And then also, it makes you feel likable when you smile. That's why I smile. It's authentic, it's real, but that's important because I want people to like me, see me, be magnetized. Also, I value them and they're likable. And last but not least, when you smile, one of my favorite words, it will empower you and empower them to want to greet you. The power of a smile. Use your power wisely. Here we go. Now, I want to ask this question. When we talk about influencing others and connecting with others, remember I said leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. We need to start thinking about how we influencing those around us professionally. Think about how we influencing people organizationally. Also, how are you influencing people personally? And last but not least, how are you influencing people in your community? See, many times as business owners, we always think about professional, what we're doing here, what are we doing in our businesses and things of that nature. And also, but we have to think about what are you doing in your organization of your business? Maybe you are one man or one woman shop, but you have to start thinking outside the box. At some point, it's going to grow. And once your business grow, you got to have certain people in place to help you along the way. You can't do everything by yourself. And then all y'all, you influencing others personally on a one-to-one basis. And then you got to think about your community. What am I doing to connect and influence those around me in my community? Am I reaching out to individuals? Am I doing things pro bono for organizations here and there, wherever you can? But also, what are you doing to make that connection in various different places? Are you joining certain clubs and certain organizations to get yourself out there, get your name out there? What are you doing to be influential in connecting with others? I want three people to tell me, what are you doing right now, today, to be influential with others, whether personally, professionally, organizationally, or within your community? Let me get 3 people.
Volunteer work, feed the homeless.
Feed the homeless. I love that one. Who said that?
That's Mike Reed, baby. That's Mike Reed.
Mike Reed, man. I told you I like that name. I told you.
I know you did. I know. I heard you.
Hey, listen, Mike,
Yeah.
The reason why I'm excited about what Mike Reed said is this. To whom much is given, much is required. The Lord has blessed me to be able to provide training and speaking and go throughout the country, providing training and pouring in and across seas as well, to pour training into others. However, I know sometimes I want to give back. So I speak with the homeless. I provide training, leadership training to homeless, because I don't care who you are, you have a purpose. So thank you, Mike Ray. I appreciate that. Let me get one more person to tell me something.
Okay, so we got Tina, she's saying teaching financial literacy. We got Camelia, I'm going back to school to get my first master's in her family. Congratulations. And she's volunteering at assistance service centers. We got Dallin, who is a foster community, has a foster family within the business, enjoying doing fostering with teams and group homes. The Bell saying same thing, volunteering and meeting people. I love it. Oh my God, we need to have like an outside community event with some of this stuff that you guys got to do. And I think someone said, Casey said she don't have a business yet, but she do network and feel like it is very helpful to her. So congratulations on that. And Coleman says working with the DEI in his community, which is excellent. Excellent. We got a lot of great ideas and energy going on right now in the room. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Ann. And that synergy is important. And that DEI is critically important. Most of my trainings I've been doing, especially the last 6 months or so, has been diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm certified there. However, I love the training because the key is this. When you're talking about DEI, many times people look at it as something we need to be afraid of or need to be, it's unapproachable. But when you are open to dialogue, candid conversations, that's how you really break down those barriers. So I think—
Hey, Kevin, this is Sherman Coleman. How you doing? If I could just add something into that, well, we have to realize and get over to people, DEI is not just a buzzword for the present. It's not just something that's in fashion right now. You know what I'm saying? We need to take it seriously. We need to connect more and make sure people are aware of their responsibility to get involved with DEI.
Hey, everybody, I want you to go ahead and use your, give him a thumbs up. Give him a thumbs up, Sherman. Excellent. And you know, I got to give it up to you, Coleman. I love that. Val, thank you for giving him some love. You got the last name Coleman, so we right on the same shit.
Right. Yeah.
We got to connect, my brother. And I'm not trying to be funny either. So here we go, because that DEI is critically important. All right, now, when we look at professionally, organizationally, personally, and community, that is critically important for us to think about how we are connecting with those around us. But also we must remember this interactive question right here. When you meet someone new, how do you try to connect with him or her? What are the first questions you usually ask to learn more about that person? Let me get a couple of people. Let me get about 2 people to tell me, how would you connect with someone? What are those questions you may ask?
Well, I think that Mike Reed may have had a question right before this one. So Mike, if you want to take yourself off mute and ask your question, and then we'll get right into your question for number 2.
No, ma'am, I hit the wrong emoticon. That's my bad. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Come
That was
on.
a high
lowered my
five
hand.
then. That was a high
Yeah,
five.
I did. I
Just
tried to
high
do the
five.
thumbs up. I tried to do the thumbs up, but I lowered my hand like I'm in class. I'm
All
sorry. I put it
right.
up by mistake.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So hey, Mike, so when you're meeting someone new, what is that first question you may ask him or her to learn more about that person?
Is this a business relationship or personal? What are we talking about?
Go ahead, give both. Give both.
I like to find out what are your interests? What are your hobbies? What do you enjoy doing? What motivates you? I mean, it's always an open-ended question just to see where my next question is going to go, but I need to get them talking. I'm learning from them. So, you know, I want to get them talking. I'm not going to do the talking. I want to open up the floor and see where they go. And that determines what my next question may be, but it's going to be something open-ended like that.
Perfect.
Maybe current events. You know, what's the topic of the day? Something other than, you know, nice weather we have. And it's got to be something more original than that. But, you know, it's going to be open-ended like that, usually.
Excellent. Excellent.
The key, I also have to agree with Mike, the key to that is when you find that piece out, you can meet them at their level that they're at right now. And once you meet someone at their level, you'll know how to come at them better.
Correct.
And once you meet them at their level, that goes back into the trust factor we talked about earlier. At least they feel that you're trying to connect with them. You care about what I feel and you want to know what I think.
Correct. Oh, you know what? Here's a good one, guys. Everybody loves the sound of their own name. And people struggle, especially in America, with pronunciations, even the basic stuff. People mispronounce people's names. But if it's somebody foreign, I go out of my way to ask them, how do you pronounce your name? Or I try it, and usually I get it right. I don't always, but usually I get it right. And that's already a warming point to be able to move into wherever you want to go. Because most people are impressed enough or comfortable enough or enjoy or feel thankful enough that you tried to pronounce their name correctly, and you didn't just mispronounce and throw some crazy stuff out there. So that's a good one too.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so someone, the Bells, says find out about them first, like Mike said, and then listen to see where they go. I usually just kind of start off with just a regular normal conversation, and if it happens to lead into something that has a synergy, then, you know, like Mike, I will probably ask open-ended questions, listen to, you know, their response, watch their body language, because sometimes their body language can tell you a whole lot, whether or not they're interested in a specific subject or they're trying to stray away but not offend you. But, you know, I just try to listen very carefully, try to pick out maybe things that we have in common with each other, and then kind of go from there. And Cornelia says, yeah, I do that too with the name. Try to find a common ground with them to be someone they will feel they can relate to and build trust as we go. And I also have a very weird first name. So, you know, a lot of times they just go straight for the Austin, and I kind of break the ice and say, well, don't worry about pronouncing my first name. Just call me Ann. And that kind of sets the tone for a lot of stuff. But trying to pronounce Anissa could be a little challenging for some people. But yeah, making a connection is the number one way to really build a relationship with someone new. So I really like the fact you have to be interactive to build a connection. You can't do it without it.
Love it. Love it. Does anyone else want to chime in before we go forward?
I want to add one more piece to what Anissa was just talking about.
Please.
When people, when you say, how you doing? Because we so used to saying that. That's just like hello. Listen to the answer that people give. Don't just go, oh, okay, and move on because you're ready to say the next thing. They could have said, well, I got the gout, my goldfish died last night, you know, my gas is turned off. And people go, oh, that's nice. And you didn't even hear the answer because you weren't listening to the answer. How you doing? Oh, you know, I broke my leg. Oh, that's good. Can you move on to the next question? Listen to the answer. Because they may have said something that's critical. You know, I lost my auntie 2 nights ago. Oh, now you got to express condolences. You can't just move into your pitch or whatever it is you plan to say. So listen to the answer. That's what I would say.
I love that one. And when you say that, it's so important. I told someone yesterday, as a matter of fact, I did a training yesterday, and I was talking about something that impacted my life. And I mean it, this changed my life. I went to a training about 22 years ago. Yes, I'm that old. Trust me, I am. But I went to a training about 22 years ago. And the training was The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. I'm sure many of you know what that's about. But habit number 5 says this: seek to understand before being understood. And I'm gonna add more to that. Seek to listen before being heard. And that's critically important when you're asking these open-ended questions. Seek to listen and understand what they're saying. Watch the body language. Watch the nonverbal cues. And there's other different things you can do as well to keep that connection with others as well. But I thank you all for your information. I have another quick trick for you as well I want to share with you. When you look at meeting new people, now we're talking about customers, we're talking about networking with others. Remember the form method. Everybody write this down, FORM. It's critically important. When you're meeting someone new, I don't care if it's a customer or someone new, or you're just meeting someone in a networking cycle, you go ahead and ask them about their family. Ask them about their family. What, their family. Do you have any kids? Do you have any, are you married? Things of that nature. But you have to be comfortable and authentic when you're asking these things. Just don't do it just to be doing it, but be comfortable in it. Next one is this. Ask about what type of occupation are you? That's another way to engage in that conversation, but do it in an open-ended way. Next one is, what do you do for rest and relaxation? Okay, what do you do for recreation? When you ask those questions, you can find those commonalities. There's something that Ann said that really stood out to me. And that is building common ground. Building common ground. Why is that critically important? Well, here goes something else. I talked about the triple constraint earlier, where we talked about, triple constraint, but I'm talking about another type of constraint here, triple. And that is when you look at people's values, beliefs, and culture, when they're different from your own, the only way you're going to find that common ground is by asking questions, such as family, occupation, recreation, rest, and relaxation. And then last but not least, what is your message? What is your purpose? Now, some people say, how am I asked that on the first time meeting someone? You may not. But when you had that conversation with someone that may be a prospective client or a customer, you may want to meet with him or her later and talk about, have a further discussion once you find something in common. And then you can walk into that kind of conversation and find out what they're about. What is your message? I see you're doing great things in the community. Where does that come from? I mean, what is that source that make you really want to do that? Oh, well, my parent passed away, and this is why I do these things now, because I want to do it in honor of him or her. And when you know these different things about individuals and groups, guess what? That grows that connection. That's what we look for, is connection. How can you connect? Use the form method and help you out with your organization, with your business. And for those that are business owners, it's just a good way to network. All right, just write those down. That's a quick one. Now, here's my next interactive question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate yourself as a listener and why? I want you to just type it in chat. Just type it in chat. I want everyone to type in chat. Where do you rate yourself as a listener on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 meaning you're not listening. 10 meaning you're an outstanding listener. Now, for those of you who are coaches out there, and I know there's some coaches on the line, you should be a 10, without a doubt, because that's what we do. We listen. All right.
Yeah, we got some people answering 9 and 7. I think for me personally, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm a 7. I have so much going on. And what happens is that I will have so much going on that I have to remember to slow myself down so I can really listen to what the person is saying. Then you also have to comprehend what they said. So, there's 2 parts of really understanding a person is, 1, listening for those keywords, and number 2, comprehending the meaning of what they're saying. And it's different from interpretation. So, I have to kind of do that. And let's see, Tina says 5 because she want to interject sometimes or get distracted in the networking. Camellia said, yikes, I'm about a 9. I was trained for years to be active listening and provide meaningful responses. Great answers. And we have some 8s out there. 8s because it's imperative. Mr. Coleman said he's an 8. Valerie says she's an 8. The bell says they're 8. So, you know, we have some 7s, some 8s out there. We have a couple 9s, and I think we have a really good room of people who know the importance of listening. But comprehension, I want to kind of put that out there because that's really the second part of listening. And I find sometimes when I'm really, really busy that I tend to miss the message because I didn't fully comprehend what they said, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And I want to add something here. I love what you said about comprehending the message, and that's beautiful. But I also want to look at those who answered 5, 7. When I'm coaching clients, many times I have them do a scale of 1 to 10. Anything that's a 7 on different actionable items that they want to take care of within their life. If they have anything below an 8, I ask them this question. So I want to ask you the same question. What will it take for you to make that 5 and 8? What are the barriers stopping you? Those are a 7. What is the barrier? What are the barriers stopping you from making that 7 and 8? And so on and so forth. So begin thinking about, you have to type it in chat. You don't have to say it out loud, but I want you to write that down, because anytime I provide a training, not only do I want to provide a training to give you value, but I want you also to look at ways you can make changes, ways that you can improve, ways that you can grow yourself, okay? So think about how you can grow yourself in that area. All right, here we go, next one. When we look at making people feel valued while connecting, we're going to look at it from one-to-one. Remember, I asked that question earlier. We're going to look at group settings. We're going to talk about with the audience, and we're going to talk about with teams. Whether you are someone that is a solopreneur or a business owner, or just someone that's on this training today, just on this training alone, you're still going to be working in teams at some level, okay? You're still going to have opportunities where you're going to have to be before audience. You're still going to be in group networking sessions. And of course, you're going to be one-to-one. So let's get right into it. When we look at one-to-one, I want you to begin thinking about, what can you do to make people feel valued one-to-one? What things can you do? I want about 3 people to tell me what you can do to make people feel valued one-to-one. Real easy.
People feel valued. Okay, someone said ask them, you know, that's what Tina was saying, ask them about their values, what they like. Listen intently from Candy. You know, repeat back to them what they said and ask for clarity. That's a really great one, Camelia.
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So it's in line with what I was talking about earlier, previously, when talking about pronouncing the name correctly. It's nothing worse than being in a networking session, and we've all been there, where you tell somebody your name and 30 seconds later, what do they ask you? What was your name again? Listen to the people's name and remember their damn name. It ain't that hard. Remember their name. And 45 seconds later, when you say their name, people are always surprised and they smile because you actually wasn't one of the goofballs that said, what was your name again? Right. That's a good one.
And you know, just this is Sherman again, just to piggyback on what Mike said, you got to make someone feel special. Because how many times have you been in a networking group, you talk to someone, and you see them not looking at you, they're talking to you, but they're also looking behind you, who else is there, to figure out who they're going to talk to next. And you as a person know that they're not really listening to you or talking to you because their eyes are wandering. And you got to make that person feel special.
Love it.
Absolutely. So Valerie put out a really good point as well. She says, you got to make eye contact, smile and listen. So I think the eye contact and just making sure that you have a smile on your face or some sort of positive expression, because, you know, your face gives away without, you know, your emotions without you even realizing it. Making eye contact is very critical to making sure that you have that connection with the person.
And all those are very correct. And there's one that I know none of us run into. You covered everything for the most part, but there's one you didn't say, and that is put away the phone. Put away the phone. That's one of the most annoying things you can do with a client, customer, someone you meet new. Put that phone away. And I know I have an illustration, imagery is important, but even when you're dealing with someone, you're meeting with someone, sometimes unless you have to have a desk as a barrier, remove the desk. Sometimes people can look at that as a barrier. So this, even though I have a desk in the imagery, please think about being one-to-one straight up with people stand there, or even having coffee with a seat or something like that. Think of that from that perspective. Thank you for all those things. Now let's go on. Now we're looking at in a group. Now we're really talking about networking. Now I understand we've been in COVID, but you still can network virtually. So I want you to think about in groups, how can you make people valued when connecting with them? Let me get about 2 people to tell me how you can do it in a group. 2 people.
I'd say the number one thing you can do is include others in your conversation. That's
Ooh, I like that.
me as in, if I'm going to get in a conversation, the best thing that I can do is probably introduce them to someone in the group and have a group conversation and just keep building that group together and making sure there's inclusion amongst those who are talking. I'm pretty sure somebody else has something they want to say about that too.
Yeah, give me somebody else. Thank you, Ann.
Camelia says, be intentional about who you are and how you approach them and be mindful of others. That's right, in the room. Excellent.
Camelia.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I got some more for you. Remember what we were talking about earlier about one-to-one. Remember all those things. You can still apply those things in a group. However, I love the 2 that Camelia and Ann mentioned as well. And there's one other thing just to follow on a little deeper with Camelia, and that is this. When you are in a group in a networking session, arrive early. Arrive early. Many people want to get there while everything's going. I used to be that guy. I want to get there when everything's flowing. No, but when you arrive early, you're making it a priority. You're being intentional. And when you get there, meet whoever sponsored that group, who is the person that's hosting the event. Meet with that person. Look for who that person that's standing by themselves. And then have that conversation with that person, because trust me, if someone is in their phone or if someone is standing by themselves, act like they don't want to talk, guess what? They want to talk. They just wait for you to talk to them. So open up that conversation, use the form method, do the various different things to make that connection and make them feel valued. One thing that Ann said that really stood out to me and resonated with me, and that is bring people into the conversation. If you know, and that's connecting. Bring people into the conversation. All right, let's go on. I want to move on. Now, the next one is, here's our next interactive question. What do your appearance, tone of voice, posture, attitude, and style of speaking communicate to others? Anybody want to answer that? I want one person to answer that.
That's a loaded question, Kevin.
I know it is. I know it is. I'm a coach.
Yeah. Okay, we got some responses. Candy says confidence. Bill says first impression.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right. And all those answers are correct. See, when we look at meeting an audience, okay, it's critically important to look at what we were talking about one-to-one, look at what we were talking about when we were saying as a group or at a networking session. But our audience is a little different. You see that audience? I've spoken to audience larger than that. And guess how I was able to build that value and connection? Can anyone tell me what you would do to try to connect with the audience in a powerful way? I want one person, one of you dynamic speakers, to tell me how you do it.
Well, I will tell you that Camelia brought in a really good point about, the previous question before audience was, they may be mirroring your energy. Ooh. So if you are angry, maybe their tone is going to be offensive or angry, or maybe not offensive, defensive. And then Mr. Coleman said, who and what you represent. That I think that goes too. And if I guess humor, Mike Reed says humor, answering to your audience question. I do feel like all 3 of what was said also goes to audience, because if your audience have humor, you're going to be humor. If you're going to mirror that energy and you're going to try to connect with someone to speak to that one person, at least that's what I try to do when I do public speaking anyway, is try to connect to that person which the message is going to.
Love it. Love it. Everyone, hey, what you were talking about, hey, I got to give y'all some snaps on this one. No high fives right here. Come on, Brother Coleman, give me some snaps, baby. I see you. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. There we go. Now let's go on. Now, when we talk about that, I want us to remember when we're talking about audience, all those are great answers. And we need to remember one-to-one. We need to remember group and networking. We also need to remember what we were talking about earlier, but the audience is a little tricky here. See, that's a large audience. See, one thing about my mentor, one of my mentors, and I have several mentors, but John C. Maxwell was one of my mentors. And what he does is he likes to scan a room. He likes to walk through the room. So what I learned from that is when I get ready to provide a training, like when I'm going to Las Vegas this weekend, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I have 3 different trainings. When I get ready to do those trainings, every time I walk into the room, keynote, I'm coming early. Remember, I was talking about coming early, but I'm gonna start from the back of the room and walk through the room, asking people, talking to them. Hey, my name's Kevin Coleman. You know, tell me a little more about yourself. What do you like doing in this? What you want to get from this training? Because they may not know who I am. And when I ask them those different questions, and I get about 3 to 5 people, and then guess what I do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm gonna give you all the secrets right now. When I ask them questions, I'm listening. I'm listening to those pain points. I'm finding out what they want to get from the training. One training I'm doing, I'm talking about personality with a purpose. Another training I'm doing, I'm talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And another training is just a motivational speech for leaders and business owners. But each one of them, I'm gathering the information from the attendees. And then when I get before the stage, before the audience, I'm going to go ahead and use each one of their ideas. I'm gonna go ahead and plant the seeds. I say, I talked to Sherry, and she was looking for this. I hope you're getting it, Sherry. Hey, give me a high five, Sherry. I'm getting them involved, getting them engaged. They feel valued. And once you know, I don't care if you're in the audience of 3,000 or 30,000. If you call out somebody's name, people will say, wow, they know someone here. Okay. They really start attracting to you simply because you know who's in the audience. So begin to make people feel valued when you're meeting them in the audience, one-on-one, in person, and arrive early. That's critically important. Meet the person that's there, that's hosting the event. Do all the things necessary. Do your due diligence, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't care if you're meeting with 3 people at a social event or you're meeting at someone at 30,000. You still need to do your due diligence to be there on point and show up the right way. All right? Hope that's helpful. Next one. Now we're talking about teams. Now, some of you are business owners. Some of you may be solopreneurs. Some of you may be just not even a business owner at all. You're just here for the training. But at some point, you're going to have to work with a team. So I want one person, because my time is coming short. I want one person to tell me, what does it take? How do you make people feel valued and connect with them in a team? Type in the chat. Go ahead, type in the chat.
I would say by you making the group feel like you're a team player.
Good one, Brother Coleman. Man, them Colemans ain't no joke. Hey, look.
Thanks, Kevin.
Military, Brother Coleman.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a couple of responses. Camelia says, know their skills. Very important, and empower them to bring themselves to the table. And Tina says, find out what motivates them. And I'm going to throw another one that I think that will probably be the #1 on the list, is find out what their interpretation of being a team player is.
Ooh,
because
I like
you
that.
could,
yeah.
You could have one version of being a team player, and Mr. Coleman and both Colemans could have 2 or 3 different ways, and we don't meld together, but we still try to work as a team, and it doesn't work, right? But understanding what their idea of teamwork is, find a commonality, and then see if you can make some synergy, or recognize that maybe the team needs to do something a little different, maybe work with different people that align. And I think that's like the #1 for me.
I love it. I love it. I don't know. Camelia, you got to clap on that one, Ann. You got to clap on that one. I love it. All the answers are correct. Camelia stepped on my toes about something, though. And you hired. I'm going to tell you that right now. But nonetheless, you have to understand, when you're looking at the team, all the answers are correct. One thing I want to look at is, when you look at people gifting and their skills and their abilities, you need to call it out. Because once you see those giftings, those skills, say some people on your team may be gifted in writing. So have them work on the writing portion of your project. Some people on your team may be gifted in speaking. So you need to get that individual as your spokesperson. Some people may be gifted in finance. You need to have them working on your budget. You need to look at everyone's gifting, understand what they have, are value, what they have that's of value to your organization, and then you can help them add value to you as well.
Right. I want to throw another point out there, since this topic is, is about networking, but don't forget that the whole goal of making connection as a business person, and I'll speak from two fronts, from business and career, is to land a sale. So, building those relationships, having them feel valued, understanding who they are, will lead to trust, will lead to them patroning your business in the long run. And long-term relationships too, returning customers and things like that. And from a career standpoint, think of it this way, because I kind of do both, is that you're building those relationships so you can better yourself in the job that you at, that you can promote yourself at different levels, make more money on career-wise. All this stuff that Kevin's talking about, you can use whether you have a business or not, just by having people understand the inclusion of their value and how they can bring something to the table to help you as well. So you're helping someone, and then they're helping you in the process. And I really am excited about this whole presentation.
I can tell, Ann, and you are adding some golden nuggets. You better be right. I told you to have your pen and paper out to take copious notes. I hope you're doing it, ladies and gentlemen, because those are some great, great points. But now we're going to switch gears. See, I'm so glad that Ann segued us into this next section, because what we're really talking about here, we're talking about what are the 4 secrets to exponential success in sales and networking. Now we're going to get into the nugget. You thought I gave you something already? I didn't give you nothing yet. So here we go. We're going to really give you something now. So we're going to look at this exercise. DISC. DISC. And in DISC, I'm a DISC consultant. That's what I do. And with the DISC consultancy, I like to look at these are your 4 skills. These are the 4 components that I'm talking about here for you to get exponential growth within your sales and networking. Because I'm going to start with this. What is the golden rule? I want somebody to tell me what the golden, take yourself off mute and tell me what the golden rule is. We heard it all our lives. What is it?
I think we're all stumped on this one. You got to give
do unto others as you wish them to do unto you.
I knew Coleman would know. I knew. I knew he would know it. Okay. The golden rule is do unto others as you want them to do unto you. However, I'm gonna up level that rule. Y'all ready for the up level? You write this down so you will never forget the golden rule or the platinum rule. And the platinum rule is this: communicate with others the way they want to be communicated with. Communicate with others the way they want to be communicated with. And that's DISC. You see, DISC changed my life. This changed the way I interact with my wife. I've been married 33 years. Yeah, give me a high five for that. Love that woman. I love that woman to life. But the bottom line is, when I gave her the DISC assessment, I gave it to all my daughters. I have a 29-year-old, 18 and 19-year-old. I gave the DISC to all of us. And when we took our DISC assessment, I found out different nuances about them that made me be able to communicate with them in a more powerful way, understand them better. Myself personally, and each one of us have each one of these different styles within us. When you take the DISC assessment, it's a 30-page report you get. And normally what I do is I have people take the DISC assessment. As they take the DISC assessment, I do a debrief for 30 minutes with them to touch on so they can get the nuances and understand what it's all about. And all of us have each one of these components within us and our personality, but they're at different varying levels. Myself personally, I'm a high D and a high I. My S and C are very low. So when we think about this, I want you to put your thinking hats on now. The D, how do you know someone that is really up in your face? They want to get results. They want things done. They're a taskmaster. That's a D. That's a dominant personality. And then you have someone like that look like me, you know, they're influenced, they're inspiring, they're gregarious. They want, you know, they want to beat people, socialize. That's an I. Then you look at the S, that's someone who is steady. You get secure. They really want to get things done. They really want harmonious workplaces and things of that nature. And then you have the C, that's someone who's compliant. They dotting the I's, crossing the T's. They want graphs, forms, details. They're detail oriented. That's what they want. That's the C. Now, each one of us know people like this in our lives, and each one of us have this in us, but at varying different levels. My C and S is almost non-existent, but it's there. But my D and I is right there up front. Now, when we look at only 3% of people are Ds. They seek control, they're decisive, they're direct, and they want results. And also, when you look at D, they're very active, they're multitasking. And when you look at the D, they're driven by authority. They will easily take control. I mean, I don't care if you're driving a car and you're trying to go somewhere with someone that's a high D like myself, they'll say, can I drive? That's how bad they want to get there, because they don't want to wait for somebody else to do anything. And then they embrace any change that may happen to help them get results. And they're very comfortable in responding to direct communication and confrontation. Yes, we look for confrontation because it helps us grow. And then they treasure loyalty. However, the D greatest fear is being taken advantage of. So I want you to put on your mindset when you're thinking about your customers, your clients that you're dealing with. Each one of them have these various different styles. Now, if you want to begin to grow your organization or grow your business, you need to understand these styles, because you need to communicate with these individuals the same way their style is. What I say, the golden rule, the platinum rule, is to communicate with those the way they want to be communicated with. A D wants to be spoken to and be communicated with in a direct way. They don't want a bunch of fluff. You give them a bunch of fluff, you lost them. They don't want someone that's real calm and, you know, like an S. They want someone to be very direct and straightforward.
Okay. So Kevin, we're getting really close to the end of the segment. And, you know, did you have any final words or want any other questions during this time before Valerie gets on? Because this is all like exciting, I think.
Well, I skipped through a lot of slides, but the bottom line is, in a nutshell, when you look at a D, and I'm gonna close out right here. When you look at a D, or you look at a DISC assessment, if you're far more on a D and I like me, you are outgoing. If you're more a C and an S, and that's higher up on your scale in the DISC assessment, you're more reserved. However, if you are a C and D that's higher on the scale, you're more task oriented. And if you are on a I and S, you're more people oriented, okay? If you want to know more about DISC, if you want to know more on how to look at the 4 secrets to exponential success in sales and networking, which is DISC, understand your clients, understanding how to communicate with them in a powerful way to grow your business, contact me. Go to my website, www.kmcempowerment.com. And one thing I said to you before we got started, I said my superpower is being able to empower those around me. Now I want you to raise your hand, type in chat right now. If you feel empowered from this training today, if you feel enlightened about anything in this training today, raise your hand, give me some claps, give me some snaps, put it in the chat that you love this training on today. And I'll tell you what, again, my name is Kevin M. Coleman. How does this attempt to help you and your customer and clients in the future? Look at that. And I want to go, I got a lot of stuff here, but I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Everyone reach out to me when you get a chance. Thank you for the opportunity, and have a blessed and marvelous day.
Yeah, thank you so much. And, you know, first of all, we were getting into this exercise. I think we probably could have went all day because it was such a good exercise. And if you haven't heard of the DISC before, I highly, highly recommend. Kevin, put your information, put your email in the chat window so that people can reach out to you. We have your phone number here. It's also in the resource directory that you'll also get. So we're definitely going to make sure you connect with them. And what we're going to do is we're probably going to take like a 2 or 3 minute break, let you stretch your legs, get some water, and we're going to come back with Valerie Alston, who's going to be talking about building a career strategy path. One of my favorite topics I love to talk about. So please stay and enjoy the session. Also tell people, if you know that they need to be in this room, that they need to be in this room right now, so that they don't miss out on anything. And also we have a special presentation from Janice from the Department of Maryland Labor. You don't want to miss that one. That is information for you personally and for your business that you really need to be aware about. So please stay tuned to that. So we're going to come back in about 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Great job, Kevin.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Outstanding, brother.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Okay, folks, we are back after a few minutes. And we are going to be getting ready to speak with Valerie Austin, who's going to be talking about building a career strategy plan. And again, this session for this whole day is being recorded so that you can go back and get the information if you miss anything. Also, for those who have attended, at the end of the day, will receive a link to the resource directory that we put together for the first time this year, as well as presenters' handouts. If you did not register through the normal means and you got the live link today, please send me an email, which is in the front of the chat, at the top of the chat, and I will put it out there again to let me know if you want a link to the video and also a link to the handouts. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Valerie.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Kevin has been energetic and got you guys awake to start this discussion about seeking a career path strategy. I'm so happy to be in the audience, and I'm also happy to be a presenter. Now, you're probably saying, what's her backstory? Who is she? Well, I'm a veteran, 21 years. And the reason why I'm presenting to you guys is I have 2 bachelor's degrees. And the first bachelor's degree I obtained from the United States Military Academy. The second bachelor's degree, I went back to school. And when I was interacting with my college classmates, I realized that a lot of them, college age, were there for not the reasons that you go to college or technical school. They were there for the social scene, they were there for sports, but the reason why you go to college or technical school is to get the knowledge, skills, and training for a career. Therefore, I wrote my book to help anyone who's going to college to navigate getting through college with the least amount of debt. I'm also the president of my own publishing company. I'm a blogger, a speaker, a workshop presenter, all of those different things. Anyway, these are the objectives that we're going to cover today. And this is geared toward those veterans who are looking for employment, for those active duty who are getting out. And these are some of the things we'll talk about. Career transition stress. We'll talk about career and job resources, in addition to effective strategies to applying for a job. Now, to get you all in the mood for this, transition stress happens to almost anyone who's getting out. And the reason for that is that we do our jobs in the military, and when we get out, we're transitioning to something completely new. A lot of us, we've done a job and there are no certifications or degrees that we get, and we go to an employer and say, well, I've done this in the military. And they go, well, you don't have those degrees or certifications. We can't employ you. You don't have the qualifications. That gives a churning in your stomach, transition stress. The second one is you have 10, 15, 20 years of experience and qualifications, but there's an inability to change that into a career resume. The resume is our marketing tool that we give to an employer, and that employer can say, you can do this job based on that resume. Many of us can't make that translation, transition stress. The third issue is that, as Kevin stated, we're looking for that sense of camaraderie and purpose that we might get from the military. And depending on the career, you really need to do the research to find that camaraderie and purpose. Therefore, again, we come up with this transition stress. So hopefully this class will help to mitigate or lower that stress level, because unless you are going to retire, and that's for civilians too, and go to the beach or go to the mountains, you're going to have to go either two paths. You're going to go from a career that goes to a similar civilian career, or you go from a career that goes to a different career. Now, the optimum way we do this is going to a similar civilian career, because you have the potential for veterans, especially active duty, to take off that uniform on Friday and go into a job on Monday where you're working in the same office or doing the same job. And you're going to get some type of increase in pay. You're going to have the ability to have a built-in network. What a lot of people do, though, is they may go to a different civilian career. And that may have some pitfalls because it's unknown industry, unknown culture. You may have gaps in your knowledge or experience that require you to go back to school. But if you have a house you have to pay for, kids in college, it may not be the optimal time. Then will you take a pay cut? Will you get paid at all for this particular career that you're thinking about? Now, what I want people to do, I don't want to talk all the time, but what I want you guys to do is place in the chat, what careers or business are you in currently or interested in pursuing after the military? We'll take a moment. I want to actively listen to what you guys are saying. So what careers or business are you in currently or interested in pursuing after the military? And while you're typing that in, because we're going to go over that, I want to give you some food for thought. There are 3 factors that should go into what you're thinking about in terms of a change. What are your interests? What do you like to do? Is it sports? Is it business? Is it finance? What do you like to do? Because my mother always told me, if you can find a career that you can monetize and make a living, you found your home. If you have a career and it's not paying the bills, it's a hobby. So that's something to think about. The second part of that, the second factor, are your goals. Do you want to work for a nonprofit? Do you want to work for a Fortune 500 company? Do you want to be self-employed? Do you want to be an employer of other people? What are your goals? You have to think about that. And then the third thing is, what is the vision? What do you want to be 5, 10, 20 years down the line? And it doesn't matter, because whatever career choice you make, it's going to be flexible based on what career you actually just decide on. All of those factors help you to create a plan and take action. And specifically for those who are active duty, what will I do after the military? And that is so key. Now,
so we have a couple of,
what do you have?
So we have a couple of responses in the chat window. Just want to throw out there. Okay, so Camelia is saying that she enjoys health and analytics, but want to do some graphic design for fun. We also have Candy, who's an intelligence analyst. You know, I like that. And she wants to create her own business. Get with me, Candy. I'll definitely help you with that.
Networking.
The Bells, management analyst and the owner of Beltway Commuter Service in the Belt Enterprise. That's excellent. And, you know, and it could be anything that you would like to do that makes you feel fulfilled, even after you've already transitioned. These are excellent answers. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Because again, no matter where you're standing, unless you can retire, you have to have some type of career. You have to have what you're going to do to get up in the morning and say, I love this. This is what I want to do. Am I helping people? Am I fattening my paycheck? What exactly do you want to do? So thank you all for that input. Now, if you're in the military and you're getting out, and a lot of our veterans may understand the TAP program, it's basically the military giving you a smooth transition into the civilian world. It's a free resource. They give you a year. And the reason why they give you that year is because it takes time to get yourself on the right footing for a civilian career. Now, you can find this on any post, any installation, any base, because the military doesn't want, because it's bad for press and it's also bad for their individual soldiers and sailors and Marines, somebody who's unemployed or homeless. So that's what that TAP is for. Now, for anyone out there, the other free resources are online resources. And you can start that 2 years, a year before you make a transition to a new job. The first one is the Maryland Workforce Exchange, and that is open to any Maryland resident, but it's tied to what's called American Job Centers. You can find 33 in Maryland, and they are sponsored by the Department of Maryland, Department of Labor. Now, across the nation, you'll also find American Job Centers because the states run the American Job Centers, but the umbrella is the Department of Labor. Another online resource is the Career One Stop. In its name, it says Veteran and Military Transition Center. If you know of a veteran, you can take and give them this information. It's also on the handout. It's there as an online employment and training resource. And so I'm going to go in greater detail about these two. When you go to the Maryland Workforce Exchange, it looks like this. This is the first page. It can help you to find a job, create a resume, look up education and training. It has skills assessment. If you're making a career change and you're not sure if you have the ability that the employer might want, are they saying that, are you not adaptable to change? You can show them, I'm relevant. I've taken skills assessment, so I have certifications. In addition, if you go all the way down to the bottom of the page, it's something called resources. When you click on it, it has recruitment, events. In addition, you can register and sign in to tailor that information for yourself. So it's a great resource. The second resource, that Career One Stop, they have what's called the Veteran and Military Transition Center. That gives you the opportunity to look up civilian careers, information about going back to school, job search, benefits and assistance, and toolkit. But I don't want to just say it's military. If you just put in Career One Stop, it also has a civilian side of the same information. Now, what I like about this one in particular is when you go under toolkit, it will take you to the Veterans Job Matcher. If you have MOS in the military occupational specialty, what it will do is it will translate it from a military occupation to a civilian occupation. And I'll show you why that's so important. For example, I put in what's called a 92 Yankee Army. If you're civilian, it's unit supply person, unit supply specialist, E7, non-commissioned officer. It listed 100 civilian occupations. You'd be like, well, why is this important? Well, you can sort by typical pay, civilian occupation, typical wages. If I'm an E7 unit supply specialist, it's telling me that I may have the skills and capability for a purchasing manager. In addition, it will give me postings that I can look up. And the same thing for E7, wholesale and retail, same thing for E5, E4. Now, if I click on purchasing manager, what it's going to do is it's going to give me a description of what a purchasing manager does. And you're looking at it and you go, oh, I do this. I do this every day. Therefore, when you put in that military occupational specialty, it's trying to gear you compatible jobs that you might be able to do. And this is just an example with the purchasing manager. It also gives you additional names for purchasing manager because companies don't always use the same title for the same duty description. When you have those additional names, what it does for you is, I only had 50 jobs for purchasing manager, but when I look up category purchasing manager, commodity manager, it can give me up to 500 because of all these different names that are available for purchasing manager with the same duty description. Now I'm going to show you some other information, which this is a great website. And when you go to that website, not only do you have that, you have videos. It gives you typical wages. Well, how much would I get paid for that? Typical wages, education and experience. When you click on programs that can prepare you, it'll actually take you to another window that gives you colleges or technical schools that you can click on and check out what type of classes would I take? How long would it take to get that particular degree? How much would it cost? Therefore, it's a great resource, and it has some other things in it, such as knowledge, activities, skills, abilities. If you don't want to be a purchasing manager, but you want to still use your skill-related occupations. Another part of this is if you just go through Explore, Occupation Profile, and click on Search, it will take you to this window. And this is good because what do you say? I want to do something else. I don't want to be a purchasing manager, or I don't want to be an accountant, or I don't want to be a graphic designer. Or if you do want to be a graphic designer, you can put that occupation in, location, United States or the state, and do a search, or it has these different industries that you can click on. Aerospace engineer, chemical engineer. It's not just engineer, what type of engineer? And it gives you the same type of information that you got out of purchasing manager. Same thing, if you want to do education, what type of occupations are available in education? Anthropology, business teacher, career teacher. It gets you thinking. So a couple of hours a month, you can look up and say, well, you know, I want to make a change. What's out there? Construction, it has information about healthcare and support. That's why this is a great resource that I pass along to anyone who's interested in making a change or anyone who's interested in going into the same type of job.
So Valerie, I want to kind of add one little caveat to this, and I think people will appreciate it, is that, you know, I often show my students also that you can go to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics and look up the Occupational Outlook Handbook. And the reason why you want to go there, because it actually gives you trends on the different occupations. So you can actually look at the different occupations, seeing if it's something that's declining. You can look up salary information to see how much money that you will be potentially making that has been reported across the country. Also, it'll tell you what degrees you need to have that's typically hired for that position. So I'll put that in the chat window that you can also check out to add to what Valerie just said. And I think the two combinations together will really give you an outlook on what career should you really go into based on your passion and what you want to do, right? So I just wanted to throw that out there.
I agree. And I thank you for that. There are many resources. This is just one. For example, you have My Next Move, you have onet.com. There are so many ones out there. I just want to throw this out there because it has that veteran job matcher for veterans. But there are resources that, again, going to college, making a change in your careers, so much information. But thank you, Ann. Now we go to, once you click on purchasing manager, you get that information that tells you the salary, gives you videos, education requirements. At the same time, if you go to the other side where it said job postings and you click on that link, it'll take you to occupation for purchasing manager. You can put in United States, or you can put in the state that you're interested in. Maybe I'm going to Texas. Maybe I'm going to South Carolina. You could put in, based on a drop-down menu, getting information from the National Labor Exchange or Indeed.com or CareerBuilder.com. And when you do that, for example, United States for purchasing manager, it gives you over 290,000 jobs in the United States. You probably want to filter it down to Maryland. When you click on purchasing manager in this instance, it's going to take you to a website where you can see a description of that job. You can apply to that job and it will take you to the company's website. In this case, Canes, West Michigan. If you're from Littleton, Michigan, or you're planning on going back to Littleton, Michigan, you can see that, oh, okay, they're looking for a purchasing manager. This is the description of the job, and this was the date it was posted. Then I can look up Canes, West Michigan and say, what's their values? What's their mission? What are their products? That's why this is a great resource, because it actually takes you to those job postings and you can filter it by location or the source. Now, we've talked about how do you translate that military career to a civilian career. We've talked about other resources that are out there that can help you with salary information and telling you a little bit about the job, the career itself. And we're going to talk about how to actually apply for the job, which that can happen in any area of your life. Who would have thought COVID-19 would have had a lot of people that were stressed out of their particular jobs? So we're going to talk about that. Do I have any questions about what I talked about before, though? I don't want to go too far and people will be like, oh, I don't know about this. No? Okay, well, we'll have an opportunity to talk after this particular session. All right, when you're doing that job search, you have to take the time to figure out what are your skills, what are your skill sets? And I'll tell you what are the three big ones. The first one are hard skills. These are the concrete skills that you can take to an employer or a client and say, I can do it because I have a certification or a degree. And you normally get it through your job. We're talking about education or training. Oh, language skills. I speak Farsi. I have some type of certification or a degree that shows I can do that. I can do computer programming. I know Python or Ruby. And when I know Python or Ruby, I have certification or skills assessment that says I have a level that the employer is looking for. So those are hard skills. The second type of skills are soft skills. Those are interpersonal, your ability to get along with others. And companies are very keen on, they don't want workplace disruptions because of people's conflicts of personalities. So we're talking leadership, communication. Can you communicate with people and they understand what you're talking about? Active listening, with Kevin brought up so eloquently, being able to listen to people and understand what they're talking about. Transferable skills. Now, these are skills that can be applied to any situation. The military, civilian, volunteering, internship, wherever you are, they are skills that are always needed. Writing skills, computer skills, we're talking MS Word, MS PowerPoint. Now, would you see green communication? That is a soft skill, interpersonal. Soft skills can be transferable, but not untransferable skills or soft skills. For example, writing is interpersonal. At any rate, once you sit down and actually write down what are these skills that you have available to you, you can identify specific vacancies, research the companies that have those vacancies to see if they are looking for your skills and your qualifications, and then tailor your resume. Now I'm going to go through the process. This is just to get in your mind how it should work. Now, logistics supervisor, it's NCOIC of the supply NCOIC, but I put logistics supervisor. And this is just an example. What are my skills? My hard skills. Oh, I have computer skills. I know MS Word and PowerPoint. I understand and can use ShareFile, DocuSign, software, bachelor's degree. So in my hard skills, I have computer skills, software knowledge, 4-year degree. Soft skills, I've trained my E6 and E5 in purchasing the process. I've conducted periodic staff meetings, leadership, communication, conflict resolution, problem solving. And then the last one, okay, I know the purchasing process. I've managed bidding processes, and I have some numbers in here. $2 million budget. I received an Inspector General award. I've drafted the policies and procedures for contract management. We're talking purchasing, vendor selection, negotiation, writing. I could do that in the military arena. I could also do that in the civilian arena. Now, once you've sat down and thought about your skills, you have to have a plan. Are you just going to go to job fairs? Are you going to send out resumes online? Are you going to do network? What exactly are you going to do to get that job that you will find gives you that camaraderie and sense of purpose? And are you going to devote time to that execution? Now, let me give you an example. A friend of mine, he was in human resources as an NCOIC. And a year before he was getting out, he would tell anybody who would listen, I'm getting out, I am retiring, I'm getting out, I'm looking for a similar job, I want to do the same thing I'm doing. His boss, you don't think about stuff, but his boss said, wait a minute, you're retiring? And he was like, yes. He said, wait a minute, the boss, I need your skills, I need your knowledge. I don't want you to go anywhere. When you're ready to transition to civilian, you have a job. And the boss was smart, because when my friend transitioned, all that knowledge and skills he got as a civilian, and the military backfilled with another NCOIC that my friend could train. I mean, that's just fantastic. He devoted the time a year out to let people know that he was getting out. My friend was smart on that. Another part about that job search, networking. We keep talking about that, networking. 40% of company hires come from 7% of employee referrals, because companies know the employees are not going to refer a dud. And therefore you, just like my friend, if you're looking to make a change, you need to advertise, I'm available and I'm looking, and letting as many people know as you can. One reason for that is job fairs, hiring events. People don't really navigate what the correct way for that. If they're listing the companies, go on those companies' websites, look at their job vacancies, and if there's anything that applies to you, apply for it. When you go to the job fair, you're meeting someone who works for that company face to face. Give them the opportunity to say, oh, I looked on your website. I love your company. If you would, may I get your card? I actually applied for one of the vacancies. Now, you're not going to get a job interview there. You're not going to get a job offer, but you've made face to face with someone. 2 weeks, if you haven't heard anything, contact the recruiter. Well, I've submitted an application. I met you at that job fair. What's the next step? Networking. Maintain a LinkedIn profile. It's like the civilian equivalent of Facebook, but it's professional. Recruiters look on it to vet candidates. It's almost like a digital resume. What have you done? Also, if you're on the lookout, you can research companies. If you have an interview, if you know you're going to meet with the hiring manager, look that person up. And LinkedIn is great because they send me a whole bunch of stuff all the time. You would be great based on my profile. You would be great as a technical writer. You would be great as an Intel analyst. Take the time to do that. Now, think of yourself networking. You're in the middle of this circle. You want to drop a stone in the middle of this lake and have it ripple out. You want to go to job fairs, put your resume on job boards that are appropriate. Professional alumni associations. If you want to be an engineer, join the American Engineer Society. Your alumni association probably has listings of people on where they work. If it's someplace that you want to work, you might be able to reach out. Family and friends. I'll give you an example. My cousin, she was personnel, human resources in the military. She got out, she obtained her accounting degree, and she worked for this company for 2 to 3 years. She wanted this company, the second company that she wanted to go to. She could taste it. She couldn't get any traction. No one would talk to her. So she knew a friend, and that friend knew somebody who worked at that company. And the other friend got with her and said, let me look at your resume. It said, move this up, change this, do this. And when you put in the application, put my name down there. She got an interview, and then she got the job. And the friend of a friend said to her, you better do well because I put my reputation on the line that you will do a good job. Therefore, that advertising and then getting that networking so that people will know you're looking. Now, same thing with Career One Stop. It helps you to translate your military service occupation into civilian terms because only 1% of the US population has ever been in the military. The hiring manager, the recruiter may not understand the military jargon unless you're DOD or working with a contractor. You need to be able to talk the talk of that industry. Also, as I stated before, those civilian job titles, you can conduct a skills-based job vacancy search, not just purchasing manager, but commodity purchasing manager. And then you can look on places like salary.com, usajobs.com, usajobs.gov, which is the federal types of job. If you have companies of interest, I want to work there. Go on their website, look up and see if they have those job vacancies based on the titles. You might be interested in something that they have there. Then read and follow instructions. Reason why I say that is I was looking at a job vacancy and all the way down at the bottom in fine print, it said, contact John Green at his LinkedIn account, send a resume and cover letter. All those people who just submitted online and never read to the bottom probably didn't get any traction, but the people who sent it to John Green probably got a second look. Read and follow instructions on how to apply. Now you're going to research those companies with specific job vacancies. Reason being is, do their values align with your values? Just like they want to make sure you're the best fit, is this company the best fit for me? Look at their website, look at their social media. I know I'm talking a lot, but I'm just trying to get where we're coming from in terms of effective job searches. Now I'm going to show you a quick video. And this, I could say it all day long, but these are actually hiring managers who are saying, you need to research the company.
Candidate really should research and find out what is the history of the company, when it was started, what the line of business is. There are many people that actually interview for jobs and don't even have a clue as to what the company does. So that's very important in knowing the products and the service offerings.
Discover what the values are of the organization and then find a way to translate them into the answers that you have for the questions they're asking.
You can tell when a candidate knows nothing about your company, did no research. Just a general Google search will give you probably the basic information you need to know about a company. A lot of companies do have their own websites and they do have their own historical backgrounds on their websites, so it's definitely a good place to turn to as well.
And of course, visit our career site. We have a lot of great information out there regarding benefits, career opportunities. We even have bios of actual employees out there that people can learn from.
So you're going to the horse's mouth and they're telling you, come find out about our company, because we want to make sure you're the right we're the right company for you. If you get a company that tells you to kick puppies every morning and you don't want to kick puppies every morning, maybe that isn't a company for you, but you want to find that before you get employed. Now, once you've done all those previous steps, you're going to tailor your resume to specific job vacancies. Don't do a scatter shot. You hear it all the time. I sent out 100 resumes and nobody contacted me. People don't have time to pull out if you can do this job. They need to find what they're called or job description, keywords and phrases. 90% of the big companies use what's called applicant tracking systems, and they're looking for those keywords. If they're not in there, your resume will get rejected. If you get past the ATS, then the hiring managers will spend about 6 seconds. If they don't see those keywords, it gets rejected. And so a good draft resume takes about 6 to 10 hours to write. And you're going to include those relevant skills, those tangible hard skills, soft skills, those skills that are transferable. What are your accomplishments? And then quantifiable stats. Now, if you're in the military, or you've been in the military, you have those evaluation reports. Look back 10 years. If you have 20 years, that's fine, but 10 years are the most relevant and the most recent. And again, with those quantifiable stats, money saved, man hours reduced, people supervised, percentages. And if you don't know how to write a resume in terms of the formatting, there are a lot of different resources. Maryland Workforce Exchange, resume.com, which is free. They have a lot of examples of occupational resumes, and Career One Stop doesn't have a resume builder, but it does have a lot of tips for how to write a resume and a cover letter. Now, this is just an example of a job vacancy that I pulled off of Career One Stop. And it's just to show those types of keywords you want to pull out. For example, it says the purchasing manager. If you are applying for a job and it says the purchasing manager, it better be on your resume. You are not applying for the jobs in the past. You're applying for those showing your experience and skills that apply to this job, not what you've done. How does it apply to this job? Same place. We'll be managing the entire purchasing process. You can't tap dance that. Either you know it or you don't. If you don't know it, then this is not the job for you. Ensuring budgets are met, shipments are delivered, negotiate best pricing, attending meetings, new vendors and estimates. Under the requirements, companies will tell you what they want. Purchasing management, you see it a second time, negotiate pricing. It's important. Vendor management, it's important. You may want to have it at the top of your resume. Key qualifications, 4+ years of purchasing experience. I have had clients, the job vacancy says a bachelor's degree. I look on their resume, I don't see bachelor's degree. Oh, I don't have one. They're not going to look at you. You don't have the qualification. It's not a nice to have. They want that, but I don't say it like that. I say it nicer. Anyway, strong communication, negotiation skills. Third time they mentioned that. What in your background and experience shows your strong communication and your negotiation skills, your ability to make good business decisions. Then a resume is a draft. You need to have somebody look at it and verify the job vacancy, your resume, at least 85% match. Subject matter experts, the TAP counselor, the Maryland Workforce Exchange advisor, a professional in the field like my cousin, your spouse even, because they're going to make sure there are no spelling errors, grammar errors. If you meant to say activity but you put active. Is it understandable to a civilian, military active free, unless you're going with a DOD or a contractor? And then make sure that you've gotten through the resume part. Now you got to get ready for that job interview, because it can be in person, virtual, video. You need to be prepared for the question, what do you want to do? Why do you want to work here? I like the money. The benefits package was really great. I didn't have any other options, so I just picked this. No, what value can you bring to this company? And how does this job align with your long-term career goals? Because you've already done that work. And then they're always going to ask you, tell me a time when you've used problem solving, because it was on your resume. Tell me a time when you used communication and conflict resolution. Use the CAR method. What was the challenge? Oh, okay, they want me to talk about problem solving. What was the action? What did you do? And then what was the result? It was successful. It should always be successful. But the CAR method, the relevant skills and the successful outcome, because they're going to ask you, tell me a time, show me a time. And then if you're active duty, this is no hit on active duty, but wear professional attire appropriate to the environment. You don't want to wear your uniform, because you are emphasizing the after, not the before, but the active after, because you're going to say to the employer, oh, I was in the military, it was a great opportunity. It's going to be on your resume that you were in the military. But now I'm ready for a new journey, the after. Now, I have like a couple of minutes. I'm going to show you a quick video about how to stand out in an interview. And the reason why I say it, show these videos, is because I can say it, but it's always applicable to tell you what the human resources people are actually looking for. So let me do that real quick and enjoy.
I think a job seeker needs to ensure that their resume is a powerful one. I think that's how they stand out initially amongst the crowd and amongst all the resumes that employers are getting today.
I would recommend even tailoring your resume for a specific position, just so you jump out in that recruiter or hiring manager's mind.
What I think they can do to stand out, and what I see is they just need to be themselves. Don't come with sound bites that you're not prepared to back up whenever you get asked specific questions.
To make it clear, why you're interested in the opportunity in the organization, and how is this going to fit your longer-term career path, and how will that organization be a place where you can grow.
Understand why the position that you're interviewing for is actually open in the first place. Maybe know a little bit about the interviewers, the people who are going to be asking you the questions. Really go in there having done your homework.
Send a follow-up letter. You'd be amazed at how many candidates don't send a follow-up letter after an interview, and I think that's clearly a good way to stand out.
And you've done all this work to get that resume looked at. You've done all that work to go to that job fair. Now you don't want to flub it at the interview point, that last gate before getting that job. So you want to stand out, and a thank you note again shows, I love this company and thank you for your time for that interview. And a lot of people don't send them, so you'll stand out. Now, what's the takeaway from this session? A lot of talking. What's the takeaway? If you're separating from the military, retirement, whatever the case may be, you have to devote the time and put in the effort with your career plan. If you're a civilian and you're thinking about making that move, take at least a year. If you're retiring, take at least 2 years. Because see, just those couple of things, those are little bullets, but that actually takes time to do that. Writing down your transferable skills, your soft skills, your technical skills, tailoring a resume to fit the vacancies, and looking for those specific vacancies that are looking for your qualifications and skill. If you want to go to school after the military, you have to apply and you have to get accepted. That takes time. Now, networking. Advertise, I'm looking, I'm available. Make those contacts, talk to professionals in the field. Get out there and let people know that you're the best person for this particular job and you're looking. We're always ashamed. Oh, people know I'm unemployed. People know I'm getting out. No, don't be ashamed. You're doing what a lot of people do, millions of people do every year. So if you take your targeted effort and your persistence, I guarantee you it will result in successful career transition, either a similar job or a different career, and then it'll elevate you because you did the research to be the best candidate to be hired. These are my websites, my contact information. Your comments and questions are welcome because I want to be able to help you to reach your goal. And thank you so much for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Already I can think of some questions. I'm going to hold off on my question and let Candy ask her question. If you have any, you could take yourself off mute and ask a question. Or maybe that was a hand clap. So thank you very much for that. It was a hand clap. Okay. So here's my first question, because I think what you shared were very great tips. And I love the fact that you said that you have to match your resume 85% of that qualification. So that leads into my first question is, where or who can help someone translate their skills from the military to the terms that they need to do in their resume? Because I think that's like the number one problem. You mentioned that early on in your presentation. You know, can they get that at the one stop, or are you offering that service? I know Destination Achievers looks at resumes and helps with that. So what other resources are available to them to actually sit down and translate what they did in the military to a resume that can really be aligned to your point?
I do that service, but at the same time, you have free services. I'm not gonna kick myself out, but you have the tab. That's available on any installation, any post, any base. If you're a civilian, those American Job Centers, they actually have counselors that you make an appointment and they'll help you with that. Career centers, your college career center, if you're going to college, that's what they're there for. Career One Stop. Everyone who wants to help a veteran, there are so many resources. If the TAP advisor can't do it, they'll know somebody who can do it. We want to help to elevate you to make that translation, because you have to talk the talk of that industry or that profession. If you can't talk the talk, then you're not going to get that job. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I have another question. So what is your professional opinion on those who continue to have career problems or career struggles, trying to get where they need to be? What other advice could you offer them in terms of not just updoing their resume or seeking that kind of help, but maybe it's something with interviewing, maybe it's their mindset, maybe it's something else that's preventing them from being able to move forward because they're having so many problems, or they're not where they feel like they should be?
I think that we keep hitting the wall. Was it insanity doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result? You have to step back and think about, what are these skills that I have available to me? Hard skills, transferable skills, soft skills. Once you've looked at that and you've written that down, the next step is, okay, how have I been looking for job vacancies? How have I actually, because again, I was at a client, the job vacancy said they wanted a bachelor's degree. She didn't have one. No, look at the job vacancies and see if you have those qualifications. Put in other titles besides just the one that you may have had when you had that job. And then once you do that, you have to take, and I hate to say it, people, oh, you need to put out 5 to 10 resumes a day. You need to put out 20 resumes a week. Come on now. You can only follow maybe 5 to 10 a month, because you have to track each of those resumes. And if you're tracking each of those online applications, those resumes, that takes time. So it's a cumulative type of thing. So look at the vacancy and make sure you have those keywords in there. They're going to look for that. And then the human resources person, they're not going to look at it for more than 6 seconds if you don't have that. Then look on their website. Some people will apply to a company and never looked on their website. You got to look on the website. Maybe they have a hiring event in your area. It's all a step by step, and it's all a pattern to get you hired. And if you do need help, again, those American Job Centers are available. If you're in the military, you have the TAP. Look, and you may have to pay someone, but that should be your last resort because there are so many resources that are there.
Okay, so I want to throw out a couple of tips based off of what you said, because I thought they were great. The very first thing that I would really suggest too is that Valerie touched on is making sure that you are getting their attention like as soon as possible. So what tends to happen when I see resumes a lot is that they tend to put the company names before their own title, before their own responsibility. I just want to remind everyone, your resume is a reflection of you. It is all about you, right? So when you are doing your resume, make sure that you are speaking up for yourself. I mean, it's all good to drop some names sometimes, or, organizations, it might be Fortune 500 or 100 or whatever, but really the person only has a few seconds to see exactly what you offer. And so what Valerie's point is that you want to have the best skills up front and center on your resume, meaning the first 5 bullets should be, I have this specific specialization that you require. I have the next one. I have a college degree, and I have these other special, maybe like 4 or 5 points, so that you're grabbing the person's attention.
Which is on the announcement, by the way.
Right, exactly. It's on the announcement, because when you do that, it actually saves time. It actually saves the person time, and they say, oh, well, they have my qualifications. Let me look further into your background. So you're sort of leading them into reading your resume. And the cover letter, that's the second point I want to make too, is another opportunity for you to really introduce yourself and tell them about your key qualifications. A lot of people that come through Destination Achievers, they don't even bother doing a resume. And Valerie can tell you, and probably some HR folks that I know would tell you, that they won't even read your resume if you don't have a cover letter. Those are really, really important. And so I want to open up to see if anybody have any comments or any other questions that they want to throw out there in terms of their experience when they were transitioning, getting jobs. This will also be a good conversation starter as well.
And let me interject before that begins too.
Yeah.
If you are an older worker,
oh yeah,
they want to make sure that you're adaptable. And the only way you can show that is, what type of skills assessment have you done? Oh, I can do this. Well, is it attributes that you're an older worker? No, I can do this. I have a skills assessment for it. Or certifications, or I'm a lifelong learner. Sometimes I'll go to the library and I'll see what education they have for adults. And I'll say, let me sign up. I'm taking Spanish. Me llamo Valerie. ¿Cómo está usted? Que tenga un buen día. I'm taking a class right now, 10 an hour for 10 weeks to learn Spanish. You have to show them that you have relevant skills.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we are coming down to the end of this segment, and I want to thank you, Valerie, for this wonderful presentation. I've learned a lot. I hope everybody else has learned a lot. And right now we're going to take probably about a 5-minute break so that everybody can get their coffee, stretch your legs. And we're going to come back and have Janice Walker from the Maryland Labor. She's going to be showing us the services that they offer in addition to just regular labor stuff you see all the time. A lot of this stuff we don't really know about. She actually came to my roundtable about several years ago and blew us out of the water with this information. And I just can't wait for her to show us this stuff. So please stay tuned and also share the information. And if you want to be, if you want some of your information in a general listing of the resource directory, please visit our website. I'll put that in the chat window. And if you feel like you want to support any of Destination Achievers programs, please do so as well. And we will be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jan Walker-Imago, and thank you so much, Ann, for inviting me to present on resources for business owners throughout the state of Maryland. So again, Jan Walker-Imago, Maryland Department of Labor. I actually work in the Office of Small Business Regulatory Assistance, and I am the Small Business State Outreach Director. In today's session, we are going to cover a number of things: the Maryland Business Express platform, COVID-19 resources for business, the Maryland Entrepreneurs Hub, Maryland Governor's Grants Office, Maryland One-Stop Licensing Portal, and the licensing portal for the county and city, as well as resources located at the Maryland Department of Labor. So let's get started. So I normally have this slide up because clients are like, Jan, okay, I need to register my business in the state. What do I do and where do I go? And so if you're in front of a computer, you would simply type the word Maryland Business Express, and I have arrows pointing to my search box on Google or Internet Explorer or Firefox, whichever search engine that you use. But you want to look for the first hyperlink that appears, Maryland Business Express, in parentheses, MBE. Once you click on that hyperlink, this is the landing page for the state of Maryland. You will find different tabs: plan your business, start your business, manage your business, and grow your business. And so if you hover over the planning section, this is what will appear. And so for the sake of this presentation, I went ahead and made sure that I had a snapshot of the hyperlinks that are listed in each category. And so in Maryland Business Express, you will find information on creating a business plan. If you are in the planning stage, if you're not ready to register your business, then you will land in the planning stage. You will find information on business planning and how to go about creating and drafting one. You will also find information on business funding. If you are seeking to have a location for your business, then there are services there in section 3 that will allow you to find the right location for your business. I can tell you 10 times out of 10, when folks are in the planning stage, number 4, choose a business structure, is the most common question that is asked in our office. What type of entity do I need to register? Should I operate a sole proprietorship? Should I do a trade name, a limited liability company, or a corporation? When you click on this link, there's information there that will guide you in terms of making the right decision. The Office of Small Business Regulatory Assistance or the State Department of Assessment and Taxation, where you register your business, does not provide guidance in terms of the type of entity type that you need to choose, because that puts us in a legal binding state. And so we cannot tell you which entity type to choose, but we can certainly provide information that will allow you to make the right decision. Section 5, you are selecting a business name. You want to make sure that if you have a name already in mind for your business, you're going to conduct a name search to make sure that that name is not being utilized in the state. Section 6 and 7, different resources on, license and permits that you may need based on the entity type that you're seeking to register, and then planning to register your business. In the start section, this is where business owners can now register their business in the state of Maryland without driving to Baltimore, parking, going to the 8th floor, and waiting in line with their paperwork and payment to register their business. You can now do that online. The process takes about, I would say, 7 to 10 business days to completely have it registered, but you can do this online now in the convenience of your own home, on your laptop, or even on your cell phone. Section 2, on the Maryland Business Express platform, you can select the obtain a federal tax ID number from the IRS. The link is readily available on that site. If you are selling products in the state of Maryland, you must have a sales and use tax account. Section 3 allows you to fill out a combined registration form that will allow you to submit an application online. It takes about 3 to 4 weeks at the comptroller's office, and you can go about obtaining your sales and use tax account. Again, more information on license, and if you need to purchase business insurance, there's information there, as well as a link to MIA, Maryland Insurance Administration, and they provide guidance on the type of business insurance that you need for your business. The manage section, it's really, really important because we know that during the start of the pandemic, with all the PPP loans and the grants and the loans that came out, a lot of business owners were not in good standing in the state. And so it is really important that if you have a registered business in the state of Maryland, or if you're seeking to register your business, please have a calendar note on your calendar on an annual basis around the February or March timeframe. You need to file what they call your personal property return. Whether you generate revenue or not in your business, this is very important, because that personal property return allows you to remain in good standing in the state. There is a cost associated with that. It is $300, and you can perform this function on Maryland Business Express. It is also equally important that you maintain your license and your permits. And if you have a license that has an annual renewal period, then you can go ahead and submit the application, the renewal application, and I'll show you which site where you can go to get that done. Of course, paying your business taxes. On Maryland Business Express, we're adding additional functionalities to that site on a monthly, if not quarterly basis. You can order copies of your business documents. I will share that if you're a registered business in the state, obtaining a copy of your original registration is available, and it is free of charge. If you are ordering a good standing certificate, that's when a charge will be assessed to you. You can make changes to your business. Some folks move business offices. Some of you may change your resident agent, and your resident agent is your point of contact for your business. So if you need to make changes to your business docs, you can do that online. There's also a fee schedule located at the bottom of the web page when you log into Maryland Business Express, and it will share with you what the costs are associated with any changes that you need to make for your business. On the growth section, you will find information on workforce development. This is you expanding your business here in the state. So when you click on the Workforce Development tab, you will find information on Maryland Business Works, a grants program used to skill up employees in your business. You will find different funding and tax incentives for your business. If you are seeking to expand your location expansion assistance is available for you and your business. Small, minority, veterans, and women-owned information is also located in the growth section. So if you are not MBE certified in the state, there's information there that will take you to the Maryland Department of Transportation, where you can attend a free workshop so that you can understand the benefits of having a certification here in the state. Next on the Maryland Business Express platform is the State of Maryland COVID-19 resources for business. So the top left-hand corner of your screen, you see this hyperlink with an exclamation mark. Click on that hyperlink and it will take you to a web page that looks just like this. On this particular web page, the State of Maryland dedicated this page at the beginning of last year in response to COVID-19. So on this page, you will find information, financial assistance, not just on the local or state level, but also on the federal level as well. You will find information on PPP, the economic injury disaster loan, as well as other tax credits and programs on the federal, state, and local level. Please note, if you are looking for local information, on the financial assistance tab, you will just need to scroll all the way down to the bottom. We have information, whether it's a grant program or it is a loan program being offered on the local level. You will find your county name there, and you just click on that link and it takes you over to their webpage. Business closures, if there are any restrictions or enforcement, are also located on this page. Licensing and utilities information also located on this page. I can share with you that during the start of the pandemic last year, we had a lot of folks making offers, stating that they have space to donate. They wanted to volunteer resources. So there's a contact name and email address located on this page if you wish to offer those services. And this is what the financial assistance page looks like. On the left-hand side, again, there are hyperlinks. You can click on that. There's also information if you're looking for employer and worker assistance. Again, just click on the hyperlink, but this is what the main page of the financial assistance page looks like. And you can click on any hyperlink to learn more about programs that are being offered, whether it's grants, loans, or tax credits. Okay, welcome to the Maryland Entrepreneurs Hub. This is a new site recently launched here in the state of Maryland. So this site has about 2,000 resources for business owners, entrepreneurs throughout the state. You will see the arrow that I have pointing to the Explore All Resources tab, but there's also a Explore Support Organizations, upcoming events and deadlines. If you are looking for networking events throughout the state, you will certainly click on that yellow tab, but for the purpose of this webinar, let's select Explore All Resources. And so the landing page that you will land on, the next page will have a filter box on the left-hand side. Depending on the stage that you are in for your business, you could be in the idea stage, you're a new business, you're an existing business, or you're seeking, or you're in the growth stage, you will select that option. There's also resource type, the type of audience, venture types, industry groups, general tags, and the county that you are operating in. And so again, my arrow is pointing to the filter section. If you ever need to clear some of those filters because you're not getting the results that you are looking for, you certainly have the option of doing that. So for the purpose of this webinar, I selected the growth stage and technical assistance. And as you select your filters, you will find results appearing in the body right here of the screen. So with those two selections that I selected, you will find for consult, AARP Encore Mentoring, Art Space, Technical Assistance, and Baltimore Main Street. There's more results that appeared on this page, but for the purpose of this webinar, I just utilized a snapshot. I highly encourage you to take a look at this page. It is populated on a daily basis with information for you to start, manage, or to grow your business. There's also a feedback tab that is located at the top right-hand corner. So if you wish to provide feedback to the folks that are managing this page, they welcome that. So please make sure that you check this out. Again, it's a new entrepreneurship hub page for business owners. There is no cost to sign up. There's no cost to access this page. This information is here for you and for your business. Next, I can tell you the second question that I get a lot, as I assist business owners is, Jan, where are the grants? I need a grant for my business. Is there a grant to start my business? Is there a grant to grow my business? And so I want to introduce to you the Maryland Governor's Grants Office. And so if you're opening a web browser, you would type in Maryland Governor's Grants Office and click on the hyperlink. Immediately, when you land on their page, you will see this pop-up box where you can sign up to receive Governor's Grants Office news and notifications. So you will enter in your email address and hit subscribe. Again, if you want to receive notification about new grants that are here in the state of Maryland, or if they have any events that are taking place, I highly recommend that you subscribe to this email address. So this is what the page looks like without the subscribe message. Okay, on the left-hand side, you will find, how do I find? So you have state grants, federal grants, foundation grants, student financial aid information, help for my small business, resources for my family. And again, that linked Maryland Department of Health, coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 information. And so for the purpose of this webinar, I went ahead and clicked on state grants. And when you click on that hyperlink, these are the results that pop up. If you need to search for a specific type of grant, the arrow in the middle of this page will direct you to a keyword search box where you can type that in and watch the results populate in the middle of the page. And so for right now, when I clicked on state grants, You have the Maryland Department of Commerce grants. You want to click on that link to make sure that you read the requirements of the grants, and also to make sure that the grant has not expired. There's also resources there for the Maryland State Arts Council. If you are in the art space, there's the Opioid Workforce Innovation Fund at the Maryland Department of Labor. And then there's also information located at the Maryland MEA, Maryland Energy Administration, as well as the Department of Natural Resources. If you are seeking federal grants, you will click on the link on the left-hand side for Fed grants, and it will take you to a different page that will populate with information. Next up, another inquiry that we get into our office is, what type of license do I need for my business? And where do I go to get this license? So a lot of folks will contact our occupational and professional licensing area, asking how do they go about submitting an application for a business license. And so when you engage our agency, it's generally for a business license that requires some sort of testing, right? So if you are getting a license in the your plumber's license, you need to take a test in order to get your license, right? And so think about the Maryland Department of Labor in that regard. If your license require a test, then yes, you will engage our agency. But if it does not, that's when you will probably need to go on the county or the city side. But this website is phenomenal. Please bookmark it on your desktop or laptop computer, okay? This is where you will find all the pieces to submitting an application, as well as the requirements for your license. So for the purpose of this webinar, I went ahead and used the search box. You can certainly decide if you want to click on the professional licensing box, and this is where you will find permits for individuals. You can do the organizational or personal. For the purpose of our webinar, I get a lot of barbers and cosmetology license requests, so I went ahead and selected that one. Okay, so when you select barber in the search box, these are the results that populate. Are you seeking an apprenticeship barber license? Are you seeking an apprenticeship limited barber license? But for the sake of this webinar, I went ahead and selected the first one that appeared in my results page. When I click on that hyperlink, you will find this information, and I just absolutely love it. I highly encourage you to use this site. One, it tells you that it's a 2-year permit that allows the candidate to earn a barbering apprenticeship license. The approval time takes 1 to 30 days, so you know the time frame that it takes. And there's also an application cost that is listed here on this site. Further down on the page, it talks about obtaining the license. What are the steps? What are the requirements? What are the documents needed in order to get this license, right? And it also have a small note. Both the sponsor and the apprentice must participate in an orientation class. So it tells you what exactly do you need to do in order to apply for this license. The great thing about this site, you can submit your application online. And this is beautiful, right? Saving you time, saving you money. You can do this on the convenience of your home. Also, it talks about maintaining your license. How do you go about renewing your license, right? There's an application there, a renewal application, and there's also a renewal fee. The agency contact, who issues this license? And of course, you will see the agency there. That is our old name. We are no longer DLLR. We are the Maryland Department of Labor, but that is our agency. And to the right, you will find email, right? And phone number to the contact unit within the Maryland Department of Labor, where you need to send any type of questions or any type of request. There's contact phone numbers here and email, so you can reach out to someone. You're not by yourself. You're not alone. And last, what is the purpose of this license and the legal authority that governs this particular license? So instead of picking up the phone and calling someone and asking questions, you can just go right to the site, and it has every single thing that you need to make the application process easy. Next, on the county and on the city side, where do you go to get your license? And I actually, created this Google search box and made certain that I point to the arrow to the right, a hyperlink, because if you were looking for Maryland business license online, that is not what you're going to find, right? The correct hyperlink is going to direct you to the Maryland Judiciary Business Licenses Online. And so once you click on that hyperlink, it's going to take you to this landing page. You must read the disclaimer and check the box, right? And once you check the box, you will need to hover over the Enter the Site button in order to go to the next page. This is what the county or the city licensing page looks like. Of course, there's a message welcoming you to their webpage. There's also to the far right information where you will need to log in. If you do not have a login ID and password, the site is going to prompt you to create a new one. So once you go about creating your new login ID with your password, this is what the site is going to look like. It's going to take you to this page, welcoming you to the Maryland Business Licensing or License Online. It's going to ask you, do you want to click here to access any existing license that you have, or do you need to apply for a new license? Do you need to make a payment, or do you need to change login information? For the purpose of this webinar, I went ahead and I'm going to select click here to apply for a new license. Okay, once you get to the next page, it's going to ask you a series of questions, and it's going to have specific steps that you will need to take in order for you to move forward. Do you need a business license issued by the clerk of the circuit court? And on the county and city side, that is truly the office, right, that issues your business license if it's not located on the state level. And again, remember, on the state level, you need to take a test, right, to get to the license that you need. But on the county side, if you're selling products, you have inventory, you need a trader's license, those type of license are located on the county or city side. Do you have the required information? Your business information, your registration, where you registered your business with the State Department of Assessment and Taxation, you're going to need that documentation, okay? And so when you click continue at the bottom, again, steps for applying for your business license. It's going to ask you, what Maryland jurisdiction will you be doing business in? And then you clicked on the please select button, and then the county, the different counties here in the state of Maryland will populate. And I have to tell you this, not all counties are able to accept business license online, the application. I do know that Prince George's County is a county that is connected here. So please make sure that you select the appropriate county and then hit continue, and the site will populate with information whether or not you can do the license online, okay? Resources located at the Maryland Department of Labor. And so the Maryland Department of Labor, we actually have 6 different divisions within our agency. I've listed the 3 most popular inquiries that we get here in the Office of Small Business Regulatory Assistance in our office. And so in the Labor and Industry division, you will find labor law posters that are required to be posted by employers. The great thing about this particular site in Labor and Industry is that all those posters are free, no charge. You don't have to pay anything. You just click on the link for Labor and Industry, and in the search box, you can type in the word labor law posters, and you will find a hyperlink that you can click on that will direct you to their landing page. We also have a hyperlink to the U.S. Department of Labor, because as an employer, there may be some federal posters that you need to have posted in your place of business. And so we have that information there. Please note, we will not send you a letter stating that you have to
you found
pay
your
$99
MVT?
or $100 in order to obtain or to get your poster.
Okay, so I just want to remind everybody, please, if you can, put yourself on mute so that we don't miss all of this critical information. And also want to remind, if you have any questions at all, please do put it in the chat window. We're monitoring questions. I know I have a couple already. She's sharing some really good information. This is a great opportunity for you to really ask those questions about business license. If you don't know before or anything that she might be talking about, please feel free to raise your hand and ask a question. This is a very, informal webinar, and we will love to have your participation.
Thank you so much, Anne. And so the Maryland Occupational Safety and Health Consultation Services, their acronym in the state of Maryland is, of course, MOSH. So MOSH will provide a safety consultation to any Maryland employer here in the state. So if you have an office location and you want someone to come in and conduct a safety sweep of your office, you can reach out to the MOSH department and schedule an appointment, and a consultant will come out to your place of business. Workforce Development and Adult Learning. This is the division that I engage on a daily, if not multiple times a day. Their Maryland Workforce Exchange website that was talked about earlier in another presentation. This wonderful free website allows employers to post jobs. It allows employers to search for candidates for a position in their organization. And get this, folks, it is free. There is no charge associated with the Maryland Workforce Exchange. You will need to have an unemployment insurance number in order to access this site. So you need to have at least one employee in the business with that UI number. But a lot of employers are not aware that this site is free. Again, you can post a job on this site. You can go and conduct a search based on zip code or any type of industry. You have the information right there in front of you, and it's at no charge. The Maryland
I have a quick question for this one, so I'm going to jump right in. So for the workforce development piece that you just talked about, does that include both W-2 and 1099
It's
employees?
not, so the regional business consultants can assist you, but it's not generally for 1099. It is for W-2 employees. If you're seeking W-2 employees, that's where you would go to find candidates. You will not see a lot of 1099 folks that are on the Maryland Workforce Exchange. So it's generally for W-2.
W-2.
However, we do have regional business consultants. So if you're seeking to hire someone on a seasonal or temporary basis, you can certainly reach out to the workforce consultants that are there. Again, engaging them is of no cost to you and your business. Did that answer your question, Anne? Awesome. Okay. The Maryland Business Works Incumbent Worker Training Program. This is a grants program where if you are seeking to skill up your employees here in the state of Maryland, funding is available for you. And so I'll give you an example. If you are, let's say, in the electrician business, and you have an apprentice that is working for you, and you are seeking to provide training or some sort of certification for this particular employee, then you will engage the office. Just make sure that whatever that program or certification that you are seeking, it is not something like a soft skill training program, right? It needs to be a program where if I get certified here in Maryland, I can take that to Virginia, I can take that to DC, I can take that to New York, and that is still a certificate that is transferable across state lines. Also with the Workforce Development and Adult Learning Group, they do offer job fairs and recruitments for employers at no cost here in the state of Maryland. So there's a lot of virtual job fairs that are taking place throughout the state. At the end of this presentation, you will find a link to their site. and it has a whole host list of dates, counties, and different times of virtual events, hiring events that are taking place. If you are an employer and you have a opening in your place of business, then yes, you can join one of these hiring events, and they will send out information on the Maryland Workforce Exchange and try to get as many candidates to interview for your position as able, okay? Tax credits. So at the Maryland Department of Commerce, there is a Hire Our Veterans tax credit. And this program provides a state income tax credit to small businesses for hiring qualified veterans based on wages paid to those veteran employees. So as an employer, you may qualify for an income tax credit up to 30% of the first $6,000 of wages paid to a qualified veteran employee, and you must do it during the first year of employment. At the Maryland Department of Labor, there is the Maryland Disability Employment Tax Credit, and this is a tax credit that allows employers to claim credit for employees with disabilities hired on or after December 31st, 2014. And so if you need more information on these programs, please click on the hyperlink that is located here in this presentation. At the bottom of each web page, you will find contact information where you can send an email with any questions that you have about these programs. And this is our resource page. I went ahead and found every single link and every single resource that I think it's going to be helpful to you as a business owner in the state. So if you're seeking to register your business, the link is here, COVID-19 information for business. At the Maryland Department of Labor, we do have the posters that I talked about earlier that you can download, and it's free of charge, linked to the Maryland Entrepreneurs Hub. If you are a non-business and you are seeking employment here in the state of Maryland, there's a Maryland Labor COVID-19 Now Hiring Job Board that you can take a look at. For business owners, if you need an inspection done in your office for safety purposes, there's the link to our MOSH office. And also Maryland Workforce Exchange, the Incumbent Worker Training Program, recruitment and job fairs, those links are also here in our resource page. Additional resources, the Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women's Business Affairs, they provide technical training to small groups of 50 to 75 business owners. If you click on this link, you click on their events page, and they have a running tally of different events for business owners throughout the state of Maryland. If you have an event and you wish to engage that office to have your event posted on their events page, then you will reach out to the contact, I believe is Eduardo Hayden. He is the outreach manager there at the governor's office. The Maryland Small Business Development Center, they provide free individual counseling and business plan assistance and capital access advice. You can also engage the U.S. Small Business Administration, SBA, the Baltimore District Office, as well as the DC office. If you're in Prince George's County or Montgomery County, they do provide technical and management assistance, as well as SCORE, the Service Corps of Retired Executives. These are retired business owners that volunteer to consult with business owners. There are some fees that are associated with their service, but I highly encourage you to utilize these additional resources. And so now, Anne, I'll stop here and answer any question that you may have or our audience members.
Yeah, I mean, with a show of hands, how many people knew that the Maryland Department of Labor had all of these resources out there for not just veterans, but for a lot of us? How many people knew that? I know Valerie is one. What about anybody else? Yeah, again, she's like, no, I didn't even know, right? I told you, she's going to blow your mind. And just keep in mind, folks, that, over the last year since COVID-19, that the website has undergone a lot of changes, a lot of updates to consolidate everything into the Maryland Express. This is also something I show my small business students on, how to navigate and find information quickly that they need, and to be able to move forward, and just having this information. And also this slide, just so you know that everybody's going to get that who attended this session today, is also included in the handouts, so that you have clear-cut how-to instructions, right, on how to do this. It is not hard. And so one of the questions I have, Jan, is how do people get in touch with the workforce development and adult learning that you spoke about? Because I think that's really key for someone to even know how to get in touch with those folks.
Okay, so I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna walk you through how to do it. Hold on a second for me. I'm gonna share my screen again. Bear with me, it's coming.
We got some time.
I had all the links. All right, so let's do this one. I'm gonna share. That's the Governor's Grants Office, but I'm gonna go to my link here. And so this is our webpage here at Labor. And you will go to, I believe it's the jobs tab that I'm hovering over. And this is the Division of Workforce Development and Adult Learning. Okay. And on the left-hand side, you want to click on Business Services. And here is the Back to Business regional hiring events that I talked about. Maryland Business Works, that grants program is here. Okay, and I am going to move this over. Maryland Workforce Exchange. You will click on this link. Oh, sorry, hold on a second. That URL is, use the URL that I provided in the PowerPoint, because I checked it last night. So I'll have to go back to our staff to let them know that this URL is not operating right now. But let me check here. Let's see if this one goes. Okay, there we go. This is what it looks like. Maryland Workforce Exchange. How you can post jobs and seek out employees. Also, I am going to show you the business service team, their contact information. So this is the business service manager, Ann Gunning. And this is the business service supervisor, Roseanne Fish. And if you are seeking a business consultant, you will click on this hyperlink, and this is their contact information. And these are regional business reps that will assist you in posting your job requisition on Maryland Workforce Exchange. They'll walk you through the setup of getting you set up on Maryland Workforce Exchange, and they're going to be your point of contact in your county that you are doing business in for workforce services. Was that helpful?
Oh, yeah, I'm on mute the whole time talking. Okay, I think we all do that. Okay, so Valerie says great information on the Maryland Workforce Exchange, valuable for those looking for employment and employees. Yes, I definitely agree. So here's a second question. So if I'm an employer who wants to provide occupational training, because you mentioned about having transferable skills from one place to another, do I go through the same, sort of go to the website and go to the same links and reach out to someone and say, hey, I have an occupational training that I would love to promote on your website so that, clients can get those skills that they need for occupation?
So for you're referring to the Maryland Business Works grants program, correct?
I'm not sure exactly where it fit. I guess I'm just saying if I'm a business and I have let's say I want to teach CDO, because I used to have a CDO license. So I want to teach CDOs, and that's a transferable skill. And I want to go through the Department of Maryland Labor to kind of say, hey, here's my certification to help those who want or seeking skill trades, like a commercial driver's license?
So
know,
you
how would
will
I be-
actually go to your American Job Center that's located in your county to speak to they're called LEAs, Labor Exchange Administrators. So you will go on the county side to do that. If you are, let's say you're an organization that not just train CDLs, but you folks that are getting their CDL certification, but you hire them, that's when you will now engage workforce development, utilize the Maryland Business Works program, and also engage in the apprenticeship program.
Nice.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think there's, there's so much information, and I guess for that part, when you touched upon transferable skills, and some of us, may have employees or have some sort of occupation that will be applicable. I thought that would be a great way of learning how we go about engaging your office or another office and making sure those occupational training get out there, and that they can also hire people at the same time. So that's wonderful.
So every single county has a labor exchange. It's called American Job Center, and there's a labor exchange administrator. And you just, send them an email and, schedule a meeting with them and share with them, your thoughts and any inquiries that you may have. Every single office has what they call an apprenticeship navigator that will assist you with, develop an apprenticeship program. They also have research material that you can include in your curriculum to make sure that you are in compliance with the program. And they also have a business solutions or business regional team member that will assist you with workforce needs.
Excellent. Okay, so I want to open up the floor to see if anyone have any information they would like to put in the chat window, or they would like to just take yourself off mute to ask Jan a question. This is a great time to ask any question that's pertaining to your business, or maybe employees, or maybe you're an individual looking to do something with the Maryland Department. You change your name, and I'm starting to feel like Kevin now, right?
Maryland Department of Labor.
Right? So we want to get it together. So please feel free to speak up if you would like to at this time. Okay.
I think I've stunned everyone. They're looking for the presentation with all those links so they can go and research. But if you have questions or concerns at the end of my presentation, I have the contact information to our unit, the Office of Small Business Regulatory Assistance, as well as my contact information where you can reach out to me directly. The best way to contact me is via email, because I'm constantly on webinars, but I always respond to emails quickly.
Yeah, and definitely put your information in the chat window. And I want to thank you so much, Jan, for sharing all this great information. I think today we're on fire with a lot of good stuff for us. Veteran-owned businesses, our individual businesses. This is such great information. And next up, we have Sean from Capital One Bank, who has connected. He is ready to get right into the thick of it about how you're going to borrow for your business needs. And we're just going to take a few minutes just so that he can get set up, and he's going to get started right at the top of the hour. We're actually going to start a little bit earlier, which is great, because then we can have the rest of our day, right? So that's what we want to do. So Sean, you can feel free to share your slide and begin right at the top of the hour.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it again, Ann. Thank you, everyone who has tuned in. And I know the information has been fantastic. Appreciate, I listened in on a lot of Jan. Jan and I are former co-workers. We work together at Capital One, and I have used her information and knowledge about Maryland and the state opportunities on a regular basis. So I know the information was helpful. I won't belabor the time. I know you guys have received a lot of information. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. As Ann mentioned, what I'm going to talk about is how to borrow to fund your business. Borrowing funds and cash flow and capital in general is a huge issue for a number of small businesses. So what I want to do today is, one, to demystify sort of what it is that banks look for, banks and credit unions. How do you put together a good loan package? I really want to put you in the seat of the underwriter and the loan officer so you understand what they're looking for. What are some of the questions? What are some of the key words? What are some of the vocabulary words that they may throw around, or some of the words they throw around? So you're understanding, what are they asking? What am I supposed to be stating? What is it that they're looking for? So let's talk about borrowing to grow your business. All right. So there are really three types of financing that most businesses utilize. There's a line of credit. Okay. There's term debt and there's leasing. I'm going to focus on the first two here, line of credit and term debt, because those are really the two that banks and credit unions deal with. Leasing generally comes from the manufacturer, whoever has the equipment. They may lease you a car, they may lease you a copier machine and so forth. So let's jump right in. So let's talk about a line of credit. And a line of credit in banking, we call them a facility. So it's a facility that's available as needed over the term of the agreement. So your line of credit may be a revolving agreement that renews each year. Maybe you have to send in tax returns for it to be approved and renewed for another year. It's not just often variable rate, it's almost always variable rate. That means it's generally tied to the Wall Street Journal prime. So your rate might be prime plus 3, prime plus 3.5. Okay, it's frequently used to fund what we call short-term working capital needs. So for example, Jan was just talking about adding more employees. That's a working capital need. I've just gotten another contract. I need to add 2 more employees. That would be a perfect use for a line of credit to cover the salary of those employees until the cash comes in from their work. And that could take 2 months, it could take 20 days, it could take 6 months, but to use the line of credit to cover that extra expense of salaries until the revenue comes in from bringing on those new employees. So that's where you would use a line of credit. Another example of working capital is simply covering rent. Maybe it's a slow period for your business. Your business slows down between June and August in the summer months, but it picks right back up after Labor Day. So during that slow period, use your line of credit to cover some of your fixed expenses during this time where cash flow is a little tight or it doesn't meet the outgoing expenses. That would be a perfect use for a line of credit or working capital line of credit. Term debt. Now, term debt, if you think about a line of credit being revolving and like a credit card, term debt is like a car loan or a student loan. It's a fixed amount with specific repayment terms. So it's at 7% or 6.5% fixed for 36 months or 48 months. The interest is generally fixed. It's not tied to prime like the line of credit does, and it does not provide for borrowing beyond the initial term. So what do we mean by that? If you borrow $45,000 in term debt, once you've paid that back, if you need funds additionally, you're going to have to reapply. Okay, you're going to have to put in another application. It's frequently used to fund asset or facility and equipment purchases. So a perfect example of using term debt is that same business that needed to hire 2 new employees also needed to upgrade computer equipment, get some new laptops, bring in, upgraded server. Those would be a perfect example for term debt because you're not looking to pay that out over a 2, 3, 4 month period. You're really looking to carry that debt for multiple years. And you don't want to use your line of credit for that kind of expenditure because it's going to take several years to pay off that equipment probably. So you don't want to tie up your line of credit that's there for working capital with a sort of with a type of debt that's going to take 2, 3, 4 years. So often when I was a lender, sometimes when I sat down with a client and they explained what their funding need was, there wasn't just a need for a line of credit or a term loan. They needed both. They needed one that would help with working capital and another to fund some equipment purchase or some expansion purchase. Let's say you're looking to knock down a couple walls in your office space. So you've moved to a new office space. You want to knock down a couple walls and build up a part of an office. I had a doctor that had moved to a much bigger space and he wanted $80,000 for a build out of his space. That would be perfect for term debt. It's something that he's going to pay back over the next 2 to 3 years. It's not something that you want to put on a revolver or a revolving line of credit, and that would be an excellent use for term debt, okay? Leasing, I won't go too much into this, but we are familiar with leasing. Leasing, most common lease is probably copier machines. Rather than putting out a significant several $1,000s, for a high-speed copier, you lease it, and at the end of the arrangement, you pay them $1 or some fee, and then it's turned over to you and so forth. It's a great way for businesses to arrange to purchase an asset without having to put out the money up front. So I want to jump into keys to successful borrowing. Here's where the meat of the presentation comes in. And if you were with us yesterday, I mentioned CDFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions, which are oftentimes sometimes bridge for businesses that are too new or may have gone through some financial difficulty to get them back where they're bankable, and so a bank can step in. So these things also apply to CDFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions, but oftentimes they have some of their own rules, and they may not be as stringent on these 5 C's of credit that I'm going to cover in this area, but it still really covers the general principles that lenders look for in making most loans, both consumer and business, but definitely your business loans. So the first thing is, you really want to have a good evaluation of your business. You want to evaluate both the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, the challenges. Sometimes it's called a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So you want to be able to know inside and out what the strengths of your business is, but you also want to know what are the challenges, what are the things that could come in and disrupt your business. Is it easy, a very low barrier for entry? So for instance, a residential cleaning business is a business that has very low barrier for entry. Anyone can, spend several $1,000s, get some cleaning equipment, get some business cards, register the business name, boom, they're in business. So you may have a lot of competitors. You may have people that may come in and cut their prices just to get a contract. Okay, so one of the things that you need to do is admit, or understand, where is my business and what are the strengths? What are the things that I have going for my business? So you can articulate those to the loan officer. What are the opportunities? Maybe what's happened is during the pandemic, a number of businesses in your space have gone out of business. So those contracts are up. They're available. People are looking now to find new people that do what you do, because a number of businesses weren't able to survive the pandemic. So that's an opportunity, and then weaknesses. Maybe you haven't been in business long enough. Maybe you have limited business experience, or, you're moving into a new field that, you're still kind of learning and grasping. You don't have to go too detailed into your weaknesses, but you can talk about the challenges for your business, the things that you need to overcome, and then give the reasons why you believe that you and your business partners, or if you're a solopreneur, a solo entrepreneur, why you're able to overcome them. You always want to look at your current financial situation and needs going forward, and be realistic. For startup businesses, lenders always look for personal financials. Even if you're not a startup business, a lender is going to be looking for your personal financials as well. And that's always something that they're going to be looking for in any situation. And then you want to assemble the information for presentation to a prospective lender. So you want to have your tax returns, 2 years or 3 years tax returns, both personal and business. You want to have your personal financial statement. That's where you list your assets and your liabilities. You want to have that typed up or completed very neatly. Make sure that you put all of the assets and all of the liabilities. You don't want the lender pulling your credit and finding a loan that you didn't list as a liability, that you have liability for, that you have a responsibility for. So the other thing that you want to do is you want to build an open and honest dialogue. Okay, so you want to have a dialogue with the loan officer for that bank or for that credit union. You want to provide an understanding of the company. If you have an office, invite them down to see your office, to meet key individuals who are part of your business. Let them gain an understanding of your business operations, but also gain an understanding of the lender's loan products and alternative solutions. Okay, it might be that you may need an SBA enhancement for your loan because there's not sufficient collateral. So these are all things that you want to discuss and have and answer these questions when you're meeting with the individuals from your business. So also, what you want to do is start early. It usually takes more than one meeting to get the best borrowing solution. So keep that in mind. So let's talk about what we call the 5 C's of credit. So this is what happens when a lender gets an application from a business owner. The first thing they look at is what we call the character. Now, how do they determine character? They don't know you. They don't know your personality. They don't know if you're an honest person. What they're looking at is your personal credit score. Does the borrower demonstrate a commitment to honor his or her transactions and keep promises even under adverse conditions? So in other words, does your credit score or your credit show that you've made the payments back to the individuals you borrowed money from? Your credit cards, your car loans, your student loans, your mortgages. Have you paid those back time and time again? And therefore that is reflected in an outstanding credit score. When I do the credit workshop, you understand that your personal credit score goes between 300 and 850. And ideally, we'd love to see scores in the 700s and 800s. So 740, 770, 780. These are all strong credit scores, and then speak to the character of the borrower, that they have borrowed money in the past and they've consistently paid it back on time. Capacity has to do with, does the business demonstrate the ability to repay the loan funds? That's determined from the financial statements. So what they're going to do is look at your profitability for the year. Is there enough in profits to pay for this new loan? So let's say the payments on the loan are going to be $12,000. Let's say it's $1,000 a month. Do you have $12,000 in net revenue? If your revenues in that revenue, in profit, if your net profit is $100,000 and you're simply trying to borrow a loan that you're going to pay back $12,000 in a year, well, you've got multiple times of what we call debt service coverage. So you can pay that $12,000 back 1, 2, 3, 8 times. That's more than enough capacity to repay the loan. So if you have good credit and good capacity, now you're pretty much 70 to 80% of the way there to a loan approval. The next one is conditions. Now, conditions is the one of the 5 that's really out of your control. Conditions has to do a lot of times with economic and market conditions that could impair the company's ability to service the debt. So what do we mean is, a perfect example of a macroeconomic condition would be the pandemic. A lot of businesses saw, if you were in a restaurant, you saw that you had to shut down. These are conditions that make banks or lenders a little less inclined to make certain loans. They tighten the underwriting criteria. It's not that they don't want to lend, but they see what's happening in the community, in the economic situation, and what's happening in the macroeconomic situation. And they decide, you know what? We need to make sure that we're only loaning to the strongest. And we need to ask questions of businesses in areas that may be severely impacted by the pandemic. Now, it doesn't have to be a big macro thing like the pandemic that affects everything, not only nation, but worldwide. It could be conditions that are specific to your business or your specialty. So it could be that you're in an area that's expanding rapidly, or in a business or a field that's shrinking. Or it could be conditions that just happen in your city. It could be that the rest of the country is doing poorly, but where you are, the economy is doing great. Maybe there's certain economic circumstances that make it that everything is going well in that area for you. And so lenders are more inclined to lend, whereas lenders in other parts of the country are cutting back on lending. They're raising the bar, raising and making the requirements that much tougher. Capital. Capital says, does the company, but also not only the company, do the individual guarantors, that's the owners, do they have sufficient net worth to absorb normal business risk? So when we hear the word net worth, what we're talking about, financial net worth, is the financial assets you own in the business minus the liabilities that the business has. So if the business has $1 million in assets, when you add up the cash, cash in the bank, checking, savings accounts, equipment, accounts receivable, all the assets, there's $1 million, but they have $500,000 of liabilities, then the net worth of that business is $500,000. Okay, the financial net worth is $500,000. And then they will also look at the net worth of each of the guarantors. When you are a business owner, and you probably already know this, when you apply for a loan in your business's name, you as the main or sole shareholder, or if there are multiple shareholders or owners, you are guarantors. The business is the borrower. So they're also going to look at, do the individual guarantors have financial strength? Maybe the business hasn't retained a lot of equity, maybe, or capital. It's only been around for a little bit. But when we take a look at the individual guarantors, each of them is financially strong. Each of them has strong assets. good liquidity. Liquidity is not listed on here, but liquidity is how quickly an asset can be turned to cash. So the most liquid asset, of course, is cash, money in a checking account, but money in a savings account, money in investments. So compare liquid accounts like a checking or savings versus illiquid assets or things that are less liquid like real estate. You can't just sell the real estate that you own tomorrow. Equipment, you can't sell the equipment and probably you may need it to run your business. So those are more what we call fixed assets, but overall they want to see what is the net worth of the business and the net worth of the guarantors, the individuals who are borrowing for the company. And last but not least is collateral. Is the collateral sufficient as a secondary source of repayment? Remember, collateral is never the primary source for a bank or credit union. Banks and credit unions are what we call cash flow lenders. We are not asset-based lenders, Sharon. We're looking to make the loans for small business on the cash flow, on the capacity of the business to repay the loan. So collateral is taken, but it's generally the secondary source. So a lender may take your accounts receivable as the collateral for your line of credit, but what they're really looking at is you show more than enough capacity through your year-over-year profits to repay this loan, and we will never have to touch the collateral. All right. So I'm going to stop here for a second, see if there are any questions about these 5 C's of credit or any questions about your experience in applying for a loan or line or applying for an increase or anything like that. Before I move on, I want to pause here and see if there are any questions.
Absolutely. So I definitely have a question off the break. If anyone wants to ask their question first, please, take yourself off mute and go ahead and ask your question. I know y'all dying to hear my question because I kind of go deep sometimes. Okay, so if you don't have a question, please put it in the chat window. We would definitely be checking that. Okay, so one of the burning questions I have here for the capacity part, because when I am teaching my small business students about the importance of a business plan, which is really the key, I kind of want you to talk a little bit about should the conditions and limitations of your capacity be included in your business plan. So the first part of the question is talking about how critical that business plan is to someone who's going in for funding. And also the second part of the question is how critical is it to have your limitation as well as your capacity to repay the loan. That would be very helpful.
Oh, absolutely. Let's start with the first one in terms of the importance of the business plan. Business plans are very important, and particularly for businesses that have not been operating for a very long time. If they're either startups or they're still relatively new in business, maybe only 2 or 3 years, a business plan can be helpful because it can show what your projections are. It can show who the key players are and the key individuals. It can talk about why the business has unique opportunities that hopefully are also shared by the business owner, but it puts it in writing. But it also shows hard numbers. Remember, lenders deal with numbers. Underwriters are numbers people. They want to see what is your profitability, what is your projected profitability. And with regard to capacity, the key with capacity and for everyone is that you really want to make sure that your numbers are realistic. Okay, so if you're doing projections, let's say you've been in business 1.5 years and you've got a business plan that projects out for the next 5 years. Okay, if you've been growing at say 3 or 4% month over month, then you don't want to have a projection that says, oh, but beginning next month, unless it's realistic and there's a real reason to it, maybe you're going to change your advertising or some other reason, you don't want to then show 8, 12, 15% month over month growth just to try and show I'm projected to now grow from 180,000 to 1.6 million in the next 1.5 years. If it hasn't happened all along, unless there's a significant reason. So the capacity or the projections that you put in there in terms of the business plan for going forward. Now, remember, the lender's going to use primarily your your past tax returns. That's going to be the primary thing. They're also going to ask for your financials, your QuickBooks and so forth. But the main driver of them making the loan is going to be from the tax returns. And the reason they do that is tax returns are the most conservative items that lenders, that individuals ever produce. You know, you're not going to tell Uncle Sam you made more money than you really did. You're not going to project sales that you didn't really make. So that's why they're used. But when you do your projections, your spreadsheet for the next 12 months, for the next 2-3 years, if you've only grown at 4 to 5%, if you jump that up to 10, 12%, you've got to have a pretty good reason. Do you have some unique patent or something that's going to do that? Don't make the capacity so unbelievable. It's the same thing for a startup. As a startup business, depending on the business, you have to be realistic. When are you going to get to break even? You know, is that going to be in month 3? Is that going to be in month 6? Do most businesses in your field take 9 to 12 months to break even? Don't have yourself breaking even from month 1, when that's generally not a reality unless you have so many pre-sales. You have a type of business that it's like, I've done an app and I've got pre-sales that are showing that literally once I put it out there, I'm going to be able to be profitable from 2 months in. That's a unique situation. You need to show that legitimately you may take 3, 6 months to get to 9 months, a year. Sometimes some businesses take 2 or 3 years to get to break even. Break even is where revenue equals expenses, so there's no loss, there's no profit. Okay, so that's one of the things they're looking for in projections is what is your break even point, and do you have enough capital to get to break even? I saw my friend Jan's hand up. Did I answer your question, Ann?
Yeah, you absolutely did. And you actually touched on that other critical part about the cash flow statement and having financials, because what's really important is that trust that you're building, that you talked about at the very beginning of your presentation, is building that trust and relationship with the bank and making sure that you are honest and authentic about your intentions on getting a loan. And if you have financials that is not matching up to your tax return, that's not matching up to your business plan, it just kind of blows you out of the water, and you pretty much have blown that relationship. So thank you for answering that. Jan, what's your question?
And so, of course, COVID created a lot of opportunities for folks that were, W-2 wage earners. They've now started, a business, right? And within 6 months, Sean, you see that their business has exploded because they've tapped into the needs and wants of the market. So let's say that there's a business owner that's been operating now for 6 months, revenues are theirs. They just started this business. So they don't have the business tax returns to share with a lender. What are the options for a business owner like this?
All right, excellent question. Well, first of all, I'm reaching out to folks like Jan and other folks at the various state and county levels to see, are there any grants? Is there any free money, or are there any programs to help? Because Jan just asked a very good question, and I knew Jan was going to give me a loaded question as a former lender. That's a challenging thing, because you can have a business that's 6 months, and in a banker's eyes, that's a startup. 80% of businesses fail within the first 3 to 5 years. So lenders are very reluctant to lend to startups, even if they're doing well right out the chute, because so often 8 out of every 10 are not going to make it to year 5. So that's one of the reasons banks like to see that you've been in business 2, 3, 4 years and show profitability. But what I would recommend, Jan, is a couple things. First off, I would take advantage of, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday on the panel discussion, every opportunity, everything that's out there for free. That means things, if I'm in Maryland, from the state of Maryland, I would get on sba.gov. I would find out about any grant programs, any pitch competitions, anything that's being held regionally, locally, that I could go and, one, promote my business, but also get some access to cash. There are incubators. I know, give you a perfect example, my daughter is working on an app, and she was in a business incubator that's also giving her $5,000 towards her business. So they're giving her the information that she needs to develop the app. They're connecting her with potential investors. She's networking with other creators, but she's also getting $5,000 to help fund some of the expense that she's been funding out of pocket. So those are some of the places I would look. The next thing I would do, Jan, is I would also look and talk with some of these community development financial institutions that I know you know of, CDFIs, who are out there, who their mission in life is to help a lot of these businesses that are not yet bankable, that are 6 months, 9 months. Their requirements are not as stringent. They don't, they can take some risks that a bank or credit union cannot. They're funded to do that. They're funded by banks and other government organizations to maybe make some riskier small business loans at a little higher interest rate. But again, they're not the type of loans that lenders like banks or credit unions are generally going to be able to fund. So I would take a look at them as well. And then last but not least, I would look at other ways to get capital. There are funding things such as where basically you can try to get capital through group funding, where you can get on organizations that work with your own network to come up with crowdfunding. So there's crowdfunding mechanisms that weren't around 10, 15, 20 years ago. So look at crowdfunding to maybe if you can get a couple of your friends and family members to raise a couple $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. Then there's some crowdfunding sources out there where you may be able to then go out to their network and raise another 10, 15,000. So maybe you needed 20, but your sources and your network of people could only help you with 5. Okay, well then there are crowdfunding sources out there that maybe if you have a great business plan, great pitch, good numbers like you're talking about, Jan, you always do your QuickBooks statements. Those are not as strong as tax returns, but they do show, hey, this is what I'm internally reporting. Okay, remember those are internal reporting. So there's not a guarantee that those numbers are going to be hard and fast at the end of the year. But if you have those, you may be able to pitch to individuals in a crowdfunding format. Hey, I have a viable business, and you can show, look, I've raised 5,000 from people who know me and trust me. I just need the other bit of money. I just need the other 60% of the money to come on in, and I'm going out to the network in this crowdfunding consortium to try to get that additional funds. And last, I said the other one was last. If your business is strong enough or it has enough capacity, there are angel investors out there. There are individuals, and again, through some of these incubators, you can reach out to some angel investors. An angel investor is someone who has money who wants to invest a lot of times in a startup, new phase business. And so there are angel investors out there that could also potentially help you if you're not yet at a point where a bank or credit union can touch you. Did I answer most of your question, Jan?
And then some too, Sean. Okay, so I have this one last one. This is another loaded one for this section. Okay, I need you to explain the myth and demyth of people trying to get credit without their personal guarantee.
Oh, wow.
Without their personal credit and being involved as a new business. It needs to be very clear. When does the transition go from you being a personal guarantee to your actual business? No matter what level of business you are in, whether you're new or out there for 20 years, go ahead and smash the myth for me.
All right, excellent question, Ann. All right, so I'll tell you that until your business, and there's no magic size, but until your business gets of what we call a middle market size generally. So what I'm talking about is, let's say your business is 8, even 10 years in business, but you're doing 2, 3, 4 million. I can guarantee you that almost every bank and every credit union is going to require a personal guarantee. And I'll get to what the personal guarantee is. Even if you've been in business 20 years, generally, as long as you're still under, say, 40, 50 million, and it may be even, and then they still want it, most lenders are going to want a personal guarantee. Generally not till you start getting up maybe 50, 75 million or bigger in terms of revenue is the business generally able to stand on its own, and a bank says, we don't need you as a guarantor. There's not a magic number. Different banks, different lenders have the different requirements. But for most of the companies, I was a small business lender, so I didn't deal with larger companies. I didn't deal with, definitely if you're a Fortune 500 or Fortune 1000, 2000 company, major listed on the stock market, no, there's no guarantee. But you also generally don't have to guarantee if you're a major regional company doing 100 million, 75 million, you've got, 2,000, 4,000 employees, you're generally going to be fine in terms of with your business, you not needing to personally guarantee it. But I can guarantee you for most small businesses and most of the people I'm talking to here, the bank is going to want your personal guarantee. And here's why. When you have a small business and the small business is the borrower, okay, they're borrowing the funds. You are not a borrower, okay? You are simply a guarantor. And so the business is borrowing it, and the lender wants your guarantee that if the business does not make it, is not able to pay back the loan, that you as the owner or the owners, let's say it's Jan and I are 50-50 owners in a business, that the two of us will stand behind it and use our personal assets. The reason is that, again, for a small business, we understand that owners love their business, but if they aren't willing to put their own personal assets behind it, as a lender, we're like, well, wait a minute. If you're not willing to stand behind it, we know that at any given time, you could walk away from it. You could say, look, I can't pay you back. Sorry, have a good day. So that personal guarantee for most small businesses, until they get to a significant size, and like I said, there's not an exact dollar amount, but generally you're not going to be dealing with a small business lender. You're not even going to be dealing with a business banker generally. You're going to be dealing with more of the larger corporate lenders before most lenders, most banks will say, you know what, we don't need a personal guarantee. The business is big enough, stable enough, strong enough that we will just take the businesses, you signing for the business, your personal assets do not have to be, potentially come after. We won't come after your personal assets because the business is big enough and strong enough. I can't give you a dollar amount or years in business. Now, you could be 4 years in business and your business explode. You're doing 150 million in sales, maybe even moving international. And now, lenders like, hey, we don't need your personal guarantee to give you $1 million line. The business is strong enough. Your financials are strong enough. We have enough collateral. We're fine. But generally, most businesses and smaller revenue, 500,000, $1 million, 2 million, even 8, 10, 15, 20 million. I've seen them all still being required for personal guarantees.
Wow. Okay, so we have a question from Mike Reed. So his question is there a means for a person to do business solely in the business name, or say using a private trust without using their personal credit, or with a Dun & Bradstreet number?
Great question. I would say, and I hate using absolutes, but I'll say in my experience, no. The reason being is a lender thinks you are your business, okay? So let's use myself. If I go and I apply for a business loan, first of all, most small businesses they may have a DUNS number, but they have very limited business credit. Business credit is not like personal credit. With business credit, it goes from 0 to 100 on what's generally called the PAYDEX score from Dun & Bradstreet. 80 is considered excellent, but here's the thing. Every vendor that you use doesn't report like on the personal side. So a lot of small businesses haven't built up a lot of business credit. But even if they have built up business credit, lenders still look at you as the owner, as the manager, as the primary member in the LLC, as the business. So they're always going to look at your personal credit, and that's going to be the deciding factor. I had people used to come to me and say that. They'd say, my personal credit's a wreck. But I have good business credit. I'm trying to borrow in the business's name. Are you guys, could you not consider my personal credit? And I would tell them up front, that's not going to happen. Because what happens is this, a lender looks and says, you and your business are what? How you pay your personal bills, I know correlates to how you're going to pay the business bills. So I have not run into a situation, I won't say never, where a lender says, hey, and remember, personal credit scores go from 300 to 850. So somebody has a 570 personal credit score, which is not good. It's not excellent. It's not good. That's in the fair, really almost poor region. But I've got a couple. My business credit score is solid. I've paid back everything on the business's name. That's good. But I've not seen a situation where they will ignore that personal credit score and say, hey, based on the business credit score, based on your revenues, we're going to ignore that. I don't see that happening. Your personal credit is going to be the driver in terms of the first C, which is character.
Great
Excellent.
answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Let me just finish up here, and then I'll open it up at the end for any additional questions. So when we're talking about the loan application, you're generally going to have to provide at least 2 years worth of financial information, 2 years worth of business and owner's personal tax returns, a personal financial statement. You may hear it called a PFS, okay? With that PFS, you got to list your assets and your liabilities. I mentioned that before. Make sure it's thorough. Don't cheat yourself. Add in all your assets, but also don't miss out any liabilities. That can raise a red flag. You owe $40,000 on a loan, but you didn't list it in the liability section, and that's going to drop your net worth. Okay, so we want to make sure it's thorough. Make sure you go through and scrutinize it. Have your accountant or bookkeeper go through. Make sure that you've listed all your assets, but also all your liabilities. And then your interim financial statements. That tells a lender a lot about how savvy and how prepared and how tied into your business you are. What do I mean by that? We're in August. So if someone came to me right now and said, I want to borrow 100,000, let's say I was back and I was still a small business banker. I want a $150,000 working capital line of credit. And I say, okay, I need your 2020, I need your 2019, and maybe even your 2018 business tax returns. And give me your 2020 and 2019 personal tax returns. And then I'm also going to ask them for their interim financial, their QuickBooks, their balance sheet and income statement, or P&L or profit and loss. You may hear it called that. Income statement, P&L, profit and loss, all the same. Okay. And if they have a statement of cash flows, that would be good. If they deal with receivables, I may ask them for an accounts receivable aging to show that you've done a certain amount of work and you're owed a certain amount of money. I want to see the aging. I want to see who's on the aging. Are these major companies? Is this federal government, state government that you're likely to get paid? Is the aging 90 days or less? If it's over 90, I'm not going to really count that as collectible. So I'm going to ask you for all of this information. But what I'm also going to ask you is I want to get it. This is August. I'd like it at least through June. Okay. If you can get it to me through July, you know, we're already at the 11th of August, then that tells me that you have a system where pretty much by the month end, you have your information within 9-10 days of the closing of that previous month. That also tells me that you're pretty much up on what your business is doing. If I ask you for current interim financials and you can only get them to me through March, or you're telling me I've got to go work with my accountant, I have a bunch of receipts I haven't given to her or to him yet, and it'll take me a week or two to get them. And I ask you, well, how much, what do you have it through? And you're like, just through January. I'm thinking, well, you're talking about 6 more months of your operations. How do you know what's happening in your business? How do you know how profitable it is? How do you know if your margins are shrinking? What are you going on? We're 8 months into the new year. How do you know how the business is handling? Now, you may be able to gauge it because you're in the midst of it, but from a lender standpoint, there's nothing better than getting a full package. It's August and they hand me it through June. And if they hand it through July, the QuickBooks, so I can see how you've done this year, compare it to last year's tax returns. That's a complete package. And that's one where I realize, okay, this person has good operating procedures. They get their financials on a timely basis. They know pretty much as quickly as you can generally know what is happening in their business. So that's why that's very important. Okay. Let me talk about sources of repayment and then I'll wrap it up. This is how most lenders make a loan to a business. They go first from the cash flow. Remember, we talked about this. This is the capacity. Now, is there sufficient cash flow from the operations of the business? Now, operations from the business are important. We don't want to see that last year you made a profit of $15,000, but that's only because you sold a one-time asset that generated $20,000. Without that, your operations were negative in terms of profit, okay? So we want to see that there's enough cash flow from operations. Secondly, we want to see that there's strong guarantor support, that you have the net worth to step in to help pay back that loan if the cash flow from operations dries up or the business goes out. And last but not least is the collateral. Banks don't want to take your collateral. We're not in the business of taking people's collateral. So we don't really want to take it, but it is a last resort to get back the funds that were lent or the assets so that we can try to recuperate some of the money that was loaned. So these are the 3 ways out that a lender generally would love to have at all times. Now, some small business loans are not collateralized, they're unsecured. So there's really no collateral with it. In that case, the lender is going to scrutinize it a little bit more, okay? And generally, the loans that are willing to be done without collateral are smaller loans. When you get up to $500,000, $1 million and over, banks generally are going to want some sort of collateral. $25,000, $50,000, maybe even $75,000 or $100,000, depending on the size of the bank, might be willing to do it without collateral. But generally, once you get above that, there's some form of collateral. It could be real estate, you know, it could be accounts receivable, it could be equipment, it could be a number of things, but generally they want to get that third source of repayment. So here are the things to consider. You know, when we talk about industry dynamics, and these are questions you should be asking yourself and conversations you should be having with your banker. Is the applicant's industry stable? So you should be able to talk about the stability of your business. Is it in a high credit risk area? What is the applicant's competitive positioning? You should be able to speak to why it is that you are able to get a higher margin than your competitors, why your profit margin is so high, why your business is doing well when other businesses are not, or what's going to allow you to be successful while other businesses are struggling. The financial conditions, or is the business's profitability and cash flow sufficient? Like I told you, if the capacity is not there, if the character and capacity are not there, that loan will not be approved, okay? What is the business's current level of debt and your personal debt too? Lenders don't like to see that both in the business and or personally, individuals have a lot of debt that they've taken out because that makes you highly leveraged, makes it a greater likelihood you won't be able to repay the loan. Is there sufficient liquidity in the business? I mentioned that word liquidity. That's things like checking, savings account, marketable securities, things that literally with a phone call, you can have the money back into your checking account or it's already in your checking account. So again, sometimes a business has lots of good assets, but it's not liquid. They have real estate, they have equipment. These are not things you can turn into cash very quickly. So liquidity is a very important financial condition, both for the business, but it's also important personally. You know, when they look at your personal financial statement, do you have money in a checking account? Do you have savings account? Do you have marketable securities? Do you have a lot of assets that you could tap to help your business? Let's say, you know, your business is slowed up. You don't have the cash flows not coming in right now from the business. Do you have a portfolio of 150,000 that you can say, you know what, I'm going to pull 25,000 out of my mutual fund and I'm going to put it in, I'm going to make a loan as the owner to the business to cover this shortfall and make sure I pay all my loans on time until business picks up. What is the stability and quality of the management team? How long have you been in the industry? You know, how long has your vice president or other key players been in the industry? Very important. Has the business been operating for a reasonable period? That's what we're talking about, 3 or more years. If you've been in there 10, 15 years, 20 years, that's great. That means you've weathered a number of different business cycles. Guarantor support, I've already talked about that. How strong and what is the financial condition of the guarantors? Do we have 2 individuals, say it's 3 individuals who are 3 of the members of the LLC, and 2 of them are multimillionaires. And the third one is pretty strong, but not as strong as the other 2. But they all have very good liquid assets. And good credit scores. That's a great financial condition of guarantors. Does the guarantor have a track record of fulfilling his or her obligations? That comes from the credit. Collateral, is the collateral a building or physical asset that's easy to control? Lenders like assets that they can put their hand on. You're not moving a building, you know, a CD, you know, accounts receivable. Relatively easy to control, a little bit more challenging. Again, is the collateral occupied? Are we getting owner occupied? Or are we getting an investment, bill, a real estate that's investment real estate? Is the amount requested within the lender's preferred lending parameters? You should ask, you know, how much, you give me an idea of what's the ballpark of what I should be applying for. Too often, small businesses, they're doing 1 million in revenue and they come in and they ask for a $400,000 line of credit. Well, that's 40% of your gross revenue. That's way too high. No bank's generally going to loan you 40% of your gross revenue. 15%, reasonable, 150,000, something to carry you 2-3 months worth of accounts receivable. So you want to ask and know what's within the lender's preferred parameters and also what's reasonable based on your revenue and size of business. Does the company have ready access to reputable professionals, CPAs, attorneys? I use the acronym BAIL, banker, attorney, insurance, and lawyer. You know, accountant, banker, accountant, insurance, and lawyer. Do you have these individuals, professionals at your fingertips who can help you with the critical aspects of your business? And does a will to borrow have an established a full relationship? Every relationship manager, every loan officer loves that. We don't just want to make a loan to you. Are you bringing your operating account? If you bank at Bank A and you're coming to me as Bank B and you want to borrow my money, you want to borrow the bank's money, the depositor's money, I don't want you keeping your deposits over at Bank A where you're not borrowing. Do you have merchant services? Do you accept credit cards? Are you bringing that as well? Are you bringing your personal relationship? All of those are things that a lender making you a loan would like to get, and they enhance the application. Now, they're not going to make the loan if it's not a good loan based on capacity and credit, but it will be something that they may factor in the pricing. Maybe instead of prime plus 3.5, you get prime plus 3. Or prime plus 2.75, because you're bringing in good deposits, you're bringing in your merchant services, and you're bringing in your personal deposits. Now the bank has what's called a full relationship. They don't just have a one-off loan where the rest of the relationship is staying with another institution. So that's my presentation. Hopefully I didn't bore you. Hopefully it was good.
No, not at all, man. I'm telling you that you're on fire today, Sean, and I appreciate it. Okay, so we have a question from Leroy McKenzie Jr. His question is, are banks taking into consideration the pandemic when it comes to loans nowadays? And then I have a second part to that question once you answer that one.
When you say taking into account the pandemic, as I talked about with conditions, the pandemic is an extreme version, but it's no different than a lot of other downturns that have happened. The truth of the matter is lenders get more conservative because there are more business failures, okay? I know from an entrepreneur's standpoint, people are like, well, take into account that, folks are doing worse. Well, the reality of it is that in a pandemic or in a negative economy or an economy where we're in a recession, there are more business failures. There are more people not repaying their loans. There are more businesses going bust. So lenders then don't go, hey, we're going to loan more. They say, no, we're going to ratchet up the requirements for those we lend to. And that's not just in terms of business, that's in terms of personal. When the economy gets tight or the economy is down, I'll give you a perfect example. Most of us have been around in 2008. After that exploded with regard to what happened on the mortgage side, it was very difficult to get a mortgage after that, because so many losses were taken on the mortgage side. Lenders were like, we're only loaning to people who have absolute A credit, no issues, enough down payment. So to answer your question, it's probably not the answer you want to hear, but in a pandemic or when the economy is turning south, now the economy is picking up and businesses are doing better. But last year, in the midst of COVID, when so many business failings, lenders actually tighten credit because you want to lend to the strongest individuals, strongest businesses. You're not looking to lend to businesses that have, have a greater likelihood of possibly failing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that led right to my second question, or maybe comment that you could probably elaborate on is, I know that the credit score itself is not where it used to be years ago. I mean, it used to be 680 was, good credit. Now it's considered fair credit. So is it safe to say that now going forward, maybe to the next 5 or 10 years, will the credit score be requirements like 740 and above as the new number, so that folks are aware that they definitely have to tighten up the way that they are budgeting their money to keep their credit at a really good level?
Excellent question. Yes. What they have found is that studies have shown, because remember, as society changes, repayment history changes, and we have a whole different group of people. Remember, with each generation comes different habits towards credit. So if our parents' generation came up through World War II and the Civil Rights Movement, you're talking about a whole different payment history and attitude towards credit than, say, Generation X, Generation Z, and millennials. So what happens is credit is a living, breathing thing. So you're right, 680 before was considered the borders of good. Now we generally consider good credit 740 and above, and excellent anything 780, 800 and above. So again, with regard to that, we need to understand, and individuals as business owners need to understand that your personal credit is critical. That's why one of the first things I teach when we do our workshops is personal credit. Because that is really the first thing that any lender is going to pull. And most small business loan officers will tell you 80 to 85% of their declines are because of credit, and it could be that business is very solid. They went through 4 or 5 years of the owner getting it up and running. They didn't pay their bills consistently, but they sacrificed everything for the business. Now they've got a good business in terms of cash flow, in terms of capacity, in terms of contracts, but their credit score has not rebounded yet. It's still 580, 620, 630. That's going to be a little bit of a challenge to get approved. I'm not saying impossible if there are a lot of other extenuating circumstances. Okay, maybe there's an SBA guarantee. Maybe there's enough equity in a piece of collateral that it makes them comfortable, and there's strong net worth from the guarantors. But generally, anything below 680, 670, it's going to be very difficult, because that's going to look as a high risk. Not impossible, but yes, you need to focus on, I tell people it's a 700 club. You need to work to get your score into the 700s. Doesn't mean that 680 won't get approved, doesn't mean 650. And also remember that CDFIs and those types of alternative lenders do have slightly different rules and are willing to work with individuals who may have challenged credit. So yes, get into the 700s, make it easier on the underwriting and the underwriting scoring.
Okay, so before I ask another question, do anybody want to take themselves off mute to ask their question? This is a great opportunity to ask a burning question, or you can put it in the chat window. We get so much good information. People are like, got it, man, I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going if anyone doesn't have any questions. So if you can just briefly elaborate on the difference between pulling your credit score when you are going for a mortgage or a car or any other kind of personal lending versus business lending, and what that, I know that there's going to be different between businesses, but specifically for personal credit, because I think the what I'm hearing a lot of times is that, oh, I'm gonna check Credit Karma, or I'm gonna check, you know, my Experian app, and my credit score right now is 720, it's looking pretty good, and then they go and get a car and the score is different, or they get a mortgage and it's 20 points lower. You know, can you kind of talk a little bit about the differences on the different types of credit reports are being pulled for different reasons?
Yeah, absolutely. When you pull your credit, and I always recommend when I teach credit is you should access your credit at least once a month. I personally look at all my scores or get a push notification monthly. And that's one reason I do that is because, identity theft is real. And I want to make sure that nothing is out there that's incorrect. And two, if anything is happening, I catch it immediately as it's happening. So I periodically check my score at least once a month on all 3 bureaus and have access to apps that do that. But we have to remember that those apps they're using the same general algorithm as the FICO or whatever the lender may be using, but it may be a different iteration. It may be that they're using FICO versus Vantage. So when you go to apply for that car loan, or you go to apply for that mortgage or that business loan, you may have pulled it and it's 720, but when the lender pulls it, it's 700. Generally, it shouldn't be more than a 15, 20 point difference. If it's a 40, 50 point difference, that's something to look into. But here's the thing. If I have a 720 score when I pull it, and the lender has a 700 score, but the difference is nothing to do with delinquencies or me being significantly more in debt. It might just be that something hasn't reported to them on the bureau they're pulling it from, or the way that the calculation. The most common used calculation is FICO, but Vantage is also out there. Generally, a lender's not going to look at that if there's no delinquencies, good debt on both of them, and say, well, we're pulling a 700 and we're going to decline you. Generally, if your payment history is solid, your debt's solid, it's not going to be an issue. I tell most people, don't get caught up in the difference between what I pulled and what they pulled. My score is 10 points higher on Credit Karma than what they pulled. It's not an issue. If you've got a good score, if you're walking in and you've got your financials together and you have a score of 760 on Credit Karma and they pull it at 730, that's not going to cause you to be declined. You're still, if everything else is there, you're going to get approved. I also say the same thing for people with regard to a lot of people get very upset about 3 or 5 point swings on their score. It was 690 last week and now it's dropped to 685. I'm trying to work on my score. Don't get caught up. That's like watching the stock market every day. Oh, it's up, it's down. What you want to do is do the right behaviors month after month, and your score will go up and your score will be in a position where it needs to be for you to access the credit you need to. Don't worry about little swings. And generally, unless it's a huge gap, 40, 50, 60 points between what you pull and what the lender pulls, then I would probably start to investigate why is that. But generally, if it's a 5, 10, 15 point difference, it's not going to make a difference. What's going to make a difference is, do you have a solid score that shows that you've paid back all your bills on time and you're not carrying too much debt? You don't have multiple credit cards. You're not running them all up. And that's something that will lower your score as well. Most people aren't aware you need to stay below 30% of your limit on your revolving cards. Otherwise, it will negatively impact your score. I don't care if you have a $10,000 credit card limit, you don't want to go above 3,000 on that. If it's a $1,000 limit, you don't need to go above 300 on that card, or it will negatively impact your score.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that. I am definitely very excited to hear all of this information. I think what you shared today was invaluable to anyone who is looking for funding, maybe in the future planning to get funding, or just being aware of the options to have funding and preparing yourself before you go to a major bank like Capital One, M&T, Eagle Bank, all those banks, to walk in very much qualified and know what you're supposed to have during that time. So if anyone doesn't have any other questions, we're coming up. I think Jan has one last question. Mike has a question. Let me shoot to Mike first. So Mike Reed, go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, good job, HU Bison. Those Bison are pretty smart people. We know about that.
HU, you know.
That's right. You know. So I sent you a private note in chat, and I also sent you a LinkedIn invite. Let's take a look at those, sir. Thank you. I'm out.
All right, Jan, what's your question?
So I was gonna I'm sorry.
I love your picture. Go ahead.
I don't even know what my picture. Okay. Okay. I know that you mentioned Credit Karma, Sean, but you know I'm a former Capital One associate. So that app that Capital One uses for the credit card, you don't necessarily have to be a credit card owner. Can you share a little bit about that app as well?
Oh yeah,
I have that too.
Yeah, CreditWise, and I use both. I have Credit Karma and CreditWise. CreditWise, you don't have to be a Capital One customer. It's a free app to get your score. Credit Karma gives you your Equifax and your TransUnion. CreditWise gives you your TransUnion, and it also connects to your Experian. It doesn't give you your Experian credit bureau, but it will give you any alerts off of Experian. So this way you're tapping into all three. And I use both because, again, I want to know what's happening on all three credit bureaus. And Ann, you talked about it. When you go for a mortgage, they're going to pull a tri-merge. They're going to look at all three bureaus and take your middle score. So it's important that you know what's happening. There can be situations where your Equifax is 720, your Experian is 710, and your TransUnion is 680 because there's something on the TransUnion that hasn't come off that has come off on the other two. So you want to have information on all three. And yes, CreditWise, we don't promote it as far as like Capital One, be a customer. It's really informational. If you are a Capital One customer, you don't have to download the app. It's part of the Capital One app. But if you aren't, you can download CreditWise, pull your credit score. It does use the Vantage calculation. Let me tell you that. So that's important. So when you go and somebody else is using FICO, now they all use the basic same rules, but it does calculate it slightly different iterations. So your CreditWise score may be different, or, as I said, it'll give you a TransUnion. Your CreditWise score may be a little different than your Credit Karma, okay? So thank you, Jan.
Sure, my pleasure. And that's one of the reasons. I mean, I'm a state associate, but I love the fact that, it's not tied to having a relationship with the institution. It's just the information is there for you to utilize as a business owner or as a consumer to effectively manage your credit. So thanks so much, Sean.
Yeah, and no ads on there or anything. It's just free as an opportunity for you to have access to your credit score. And remember, pulling your score never has a negative impact. That's a soft pull. You can check your score as often as you want.
Nice. Okay, excellent. And again, guys, Sean's information is in the resource directory. And Sean, if you want to add your information in the chat window for those who have joined just the live link, you can do so that they can connect with you, or you can put whatever POC that you would like to have in there for folks. We're down to the last session of the day with Leroy McKenzie Jr. He's going to be talking about the guest branding system, which I know everybody's excited about how you can actually use your brand. And he's going to be coming here in the next 2 minutes to get started so that we can end on time today. And I appreciate everyone who has hung in there all day today. It's definitely been amazing having you here and having you participate in the conference. And we definitely have a whole lot going on tomorrow with M&T, with their special presentation with Imbaloo and Mr. George Breton. And then we also have Thomas Ellis, who's going to come on here and talk about 9 ways to close a sale. We also have a special business panel that's going to be moderated by Kevin Wayne Johnson of the Johnson Leadership Group. And we also have some other health tracks that are coming up on day 3, so you don't want to miss it. So we're going to come back right at the top of the hour and go ahead and get started with Leroy's presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is enjoying the Veteran BizUp conference. I hope that everyone is getting lots of information, taking great copious notes, and taking the information, and hopefully you'll be able to implement that information that you're gaining through here. My objective, my mission today is to come and speak with you about what I call Be Our Guest, the 5 steps to gain the clients that you work for. Yes, I did say the clients that you work for. You are going to have to work for them. They are not going to just come to you. And as we have learned all day, beginning with the sales that the presenter spoke about this morning, great way for you to be able to understand your product and services. And then just this afternoon, the presenters from the banks, they're going to tell you how they want to know how you're going to keep getting those sales that you're going to be getting. And what I'm going to do is hopefully finish off the day with showing you how to keep those clients, gain those clients, so that you have the cash flow that you need in order to be able to get either the loans or grants that you would be applying for. So we're going to get started here. I only have a limited amount of time, so maybe going kind of fast, so just let me know. But we're going to get rolling. And I just want to start off with a quick introduction of who I am and what we're going to be doing actually today. So if you're ready, say, let's go. And you can type that in. I'm sorry, you can type that in the chat there. Let's go. So let's see if I can get moving.
Yep, we're definitely ready. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
If I can get my screen here, we will be good to go. There we go. Natural. Okay, so the introduction, just to give you a little bit of information about me. My name is Leroy McKenzie Jr., the Impact Builder. I'm an entrepreneur, speaker, business consultant. The name of my business is J&F Enterprises, LLC. And my mission today is to, of this session, is to equip the attendees with the tools that are needed in order for them to gain the clients that they are seeking while working to make them loyal customers. That's what I'm here to do with that. And the purpose of the session is to ensure that the attendees come away from this conference and this session with knowledge, information, resources needed in order to connect with your clients, build with your clients, and to grow with them as well. So that's what I'm here to do today, this afternoon. So our agenda, what are we here to do? What am I going to be doing today? I'm going to give you 5 steps to gain the clients that you work for. And what we're going to do, this is the steps that you'll need in order to be able to not just gather information, but actually build relationships. That's the main thing. So what we're going to do, and GUESS stands for gather information, understand your client's needs, explain the benefits, supply options, and time to make a decision. That's what we're going to be talking about this afternoon today. So I hope you all are ready. I hope you have your notepads and pens ready. So let's go. Step one. Step one is about gathering information. Why do you need to gather information? You need to gather information because you need to understand who your clients are, who your customers are, and what their needs are. So we're going to talk about you gather information from your client or customer. You're going to gather information from your industry, and then you're going to gather information from your experience. So what do I mean when I say gather information from your client or customer? That means you have to have a conversation with them. You have to talk with them about who they are, what their needs are, and you can do this in a couple of different manners. You can do it through your initial conversation. A lot of business owners will do that through a consultation. Some will do it through a consultation. Some will do it through questionnaires that they will have them fill out. It kind of varies how you get that information, but there has to be a means for you to be able to get that information. And you want to make sure that you have in place a system to be able to gather that information. If it's a questionnaire, you want to have it either digitally or you have them fill it out if they're in the office. Either way, you want to make sure that you get the pertinent information from them so that you can clearly understand why they're there and then how your product or service is the answer to their problem that they have. Second, you want to gather information from your industry. What technology, what information have you gathered from your industry that will allow you to be able to give your clients and customers the most current technology, the most current product that you'll need. If you all notice, we can use the phones that we get every year. Apple is coming out with a new phone. Apple comes out with a new phone. Androids may come out with a new phone. So you want to be up on what your particular industry has going on, because if you are able to do that, then you're able to convey that information to your clients and your customers. You're able to show them, hey, this is currently what the industry is saying. This is currently what the industry is doing. This is what will keep you abreast of everything that will answer the problem that you may have. So that's why you want to gather information from your industry. And then the third one is gather information from your experience. If you've been in business or if you have a career that you've built, you want to use your expertise. What skill sets can you actually convey to your clients and customers that will give them a reason to believe that you know what you're talking about, that you're an expert in what it is that you do, or that your product and service is going to be able to do what you're saying that it's going to do. So you want to actually make sure that you know what it is that you're talking about, and you base that off of your years of experience. There's nothing better than to gain a strong relationship with customers than using your expertise, because you know something that they may not be aware of. You're able to give them information that you gathered that they haven't gathered. So that's the importance of gathering information from your experience, from your expertise, from your skill set that you present to them. So that's step one, but about gathering information and why you gather information from them. This will allow you to be able to take your product, your service, even your brand, to be able to show them that you are someone who understands what the needs are. You understand what the product, the problems that they may be having, and then how you are able to solve them by gathering this information. So that's step one. Step two, you want to understand your client's needs. What are their needs? If you don't understand their needs, then trust me, you will not be able to show them that you're the answer to their problem. So what do? What do you do to understand the client's needs? You're going to listen. And what are you going to listen to? You're going to listen to their needs. You're going to listen to their problem or problems, and then you're going to listen to their issues. And what do I mean when I say listen? You have to be intent on listening to what it is that they're telling you. They tell you they need X, Y, Z. You can't give them A, B, C. They're telling you what they need. I can't tell you that I need a phone, and you trying to sell me a computer. So you have to understand their need. Understanding their need is key to being able to solve their problem. The second, listen to their problem. What are they telling you that they're having, a problem? What is it that they need to solve? So by listening to what their problem is, you begin to understand how your product, how your service, how your brand actually will assist them in being able to accomplish what it is that they're trying to accomplish, or solve the problem that they have. And then the third thing is listen to their issues. What issues are they having? Are they having an issue with their phone? Are they having an issue with their technology? Are they having an issue with trying to be able to get somewhere? The bank credit, Capital One, they want to know what your issues are when you come in. So if you have issues in your business plan, understanding how to write a business plan or understanding certain aspects of your business plan, then you want to make sure that you understand what it is that you're telling them in sitting down with them. You have to understand your numbers so that if they ask you what issues that you're having, you're able to explain to them. Same thing on your end. You want to be able to understand what their issues are so that you can get a resolution to what it is that you're trying to solve for your client or for your customer. So you're going to listen to their needs, you're going to listen to their problems, and then you're going to listen to their issues. And that will hopefully give you a better understanding of where your clients are, where they're trying to go, and then how your product and service is able to solve their problem. Step 3, explain the benefits. What are the benefits? What are the benefits, and what do I mean by that? You're going to explain the how, you're going to explain the why, and you're going to explain the who. And what do I mean by that? Explain the how. How does your product or service or brand solve their problem? What is it that your product and service does that others may not do? How is it that you as a business, as a brand, are able to show them what your product or service can do for them? That's the how. That's what the how is. Explain the why. Why? Why do they want to use your product? Why would they want to use your service? And you explain to them, this is what we do for you. This is what our brand does. This is what our business does. This is how we are able to assist you in being able to solve your problem. When you can look at it from the how and the why, then that actually will assist you in being able to explain the who your product, who your service is actually for. And this is very important to understand because your product or service may not be for everyone. Your brand may not be for everyone. You want to be able to assess that. You want to be able to look at that and say, wow, what is it or how is it that that my product and service will be able to solve the problem of this particular customer or this particular client that you're trying to either gain or that you're trying to actually develop a relationship, a long-term relationship with, because one of your ultimate goals is to hopefully have returning customers and develop them into clients. And I say the difference between a customer and a client is customers buy from you. Clients, they actually purchase from you. They'll purchase a long-term products from you. They are the ones that will think of you when it comes to buying a particular product or service that they need time and time again. And I always say, I learned this lesson years ago, and my mother always taught us that you want to have certain people in your life. You want to make sure that you have an accountant, you want to have an attorney, and you want to have a mechanic. Those are 3 important people that you want to have in your life, and you develop relationships with them because what they're able to do, they're able to actually assist you in being able to solve your accounting problems if you have them, with the taxes or anything else, or they keep you out of having to solve problems. A mechanic, because they take care of your car. You have your car taken care of, you can actually get to where it is that you need to get to. You can't have your car breaking down all the time or worrying about your car breaking down all the time. So you certainly need a mechanic in your life to make sure that that aspect of your life is taken care of. So that's why you want to explain the benefits to your clients and your customers. You want to explain the how, you want to explain the why, and you want to explain the who. When you can do those things, then you actually show them what the benefit is of doing business with you. Step 4, supply options. What options do you actually give to them, or what options do they actually have? You're going to show them how it can work. You're going to show them that it can work, and then you got to show them that it solves their problem. And when we talk about that, you show them how it can work. You show them that your product work. You show them that it can work because you actually have other clients that may have given you digital testimonies. They may have given you written testimonies, and you use those to show those potential clients, or even the ones that you have. Here's what we do. Here's how we've done it. Here are the results that we've gotten from others who have used our product, who have used our services. And then you show them that it can work. You show them that it can work for them, because here's what we know about individuals like you or businesses like you that have had this same problem, who have had this same issue, or who have had the same need. So when you can show them how it can work, and you show them that it can work, then that goes to the third part of this, step 4, which is you show them that it solves their problem. They will see that it solves their problem. Oh, I see it worked for ABC. Then if it worked for ABC, then I believe it can work for me. And then they begin to build that relationship with you, because they know, hey, I have this business, I have this brand that I like, that I am able to go time and time again, that I'm able to use. And there's nothing like being able to show someone that you solved their problem, because when you show them that you solved their problem, they will come back to you again, again, and again, and you begin to establish brand loyalty. You begin to develop what I call relationships. You develop a relationship with that particular client, because they are assured, as assured as they can, that when they buy a particular product, or your product or service, they know what they're going to get from you. That's the way businesses have been built. I'm talking anywhere from Nike to any other name brand that you may think about. They built their businesses because folks know what they're getting when they buy that particular product, or they use that particular service that they may have. So that's
Leroy, this is Ann. I want to pop in and throw a little bit of a note to that. When you talk about showing someone how you can help solve their problem. And one of the great ways that I think that you could do that is also showing them how you helped other people as well. How you've actually provided a service by telling them your story without like sort of bragging, but just having in a conversation where you're sharing your story with them about how you were able to help someone else in a similar situation. Because if you're going back to your earlier slide, and also what Kevin was talking about, listening and understanding their issues and their problems, just by showing them how you help someone else can give them sort of a visual on how you will be able to help them. And that could be a mental visualization on how you could do that. So I wanted to throw that really important point out there, because sometimes we don't understand how we're showing somebody. What we think we're showing somebody is good for us, but it might not be good for the client. But if we are listening intently and we are actually aligning the resolution of a problem that's related to their problem, then they can kind of make the two connections, and it'll be in your favor. So I just want to throw that point out there.
No, that's actually, that's an excellent point. And you want to actually make sure, by doing exactly what you just said, by listening, and then actually by having, that's the importance of having a digital or video testimonials, which I think is important, because people can see that if you place it on your website, if you place it on your YouTube channel, you place it on your other social media outlets, people can see others who have actually used your product or used your service, and like, wow, okay, I see that it's worked for others. I see that it works for so-and-so who has had the same kind of issue or problem, or has the same kind of need that I have. So if it works for them, then more than likely it is going to work for me. So that's very important that that we understand that, especially from a branding perspective, and from a just a business, whether it's business to business or whether it's business to customers and clients perspective. You have to have that and understand it. You gotta show them that it solves their problem. You gotta show them that it works. You gotta show them how it can work for them. because like you said, and it may not, you know, your product or service isn't for everyone. But if you're listening intently and if you're paying attention, then you'll understand and you'll know whether or not your product or service will work for for a particular client or customer. And then you can either say, no, unfortunately, I don't have what it is that you need, but if you can refer them to someone, then you want to do that as well. But I think it's important to understand that and to be upfront with it. So thanks, Ann, for that. So step 5. Step 5 is time to decide. So what do you want them to do when you've done the listing, when you gather the information, when you understood you understand their need, when you explain the benefits, and you've shown them the options that they have, then you allow them to decide. And when they're deciding, they're going to pretty much look at these 3 things. Does it solve the problem? Does it make sense? Does it build a relationship? Does it solve their problem? That's cut and dry. Does it give them the results that they're looking for? If I go to Walmart and I need eggs and cheese, does Walmart have eggs and cheese for me to be able to purchase from there? If I need a business plan, does your business offer that particular kind of business consulting service? So does it solve the problem? Does it make sense? Does it make sense from a practical perspective? Does it make sense from even just from a financial perspective, as well as just a realistic perspective? Does it make sense to me?
Yeah, I can tell you right now, Leroy, if Walmart doesn't have eggs and cheese, I am going straight to Costco's to get all the eggs and cheese I can get. You know, I think you're right. It's cut and dry. I mean, I definitely agree with you that you do have to allow the customer time to decide that if what you presented actually solve their problem or build a relationship, and see if, and it's also a decision for you too as the business, whether or not you want to move forward. So those are great points.
Exactly. And if you're gathering the information and you understand their needs, then you'll be able to see if you can supply options. Can you give them options? I do this, and this. That's what I can do. That's what we can do for you. Or I do this, and this. I don't do this, and this. Or that may give you as a business an idea to be able to expand the products and services that you have. One of the things that I learned about my business was in doing the book publishing, I found that there were more people that didn't quite understand how to get their books. They wanted to self-publish, but they didn't know the ins and outs of publishing in order to be able to do it. So what did I do? I expanded the services that I offered so that I could assist them in being able to, whether it's do editing, through marketing and branding, all of those aspects of it, additional aspects of book publishing that they needed. So I could add that to mine because of me listening, me understanding, me gathering information from them, even from a business consulting perspective, understanding what the needs were of my clients. And they'll tell you, you'll be able to notice if you talk to and if you listen to your clients, they'll tell you what it is that they need. And if you can expand the products and services that you offer, then it will actually increase your bottom line. It'll give you another stream of income to be able to offer to them. And that's where the does it make sense come in, and that's when does building a relationship, because if you build that relationship with that customer or client, you may see, oh wow, in addition to this product and service, I can actually also offer you this particular product or service that will go along with it. And that in and of itself will enable you to be able to expand the relationship that you have with your clients, with your customers.
Okay, excellent. Okay, let's move on to the final points of your presentation. We're getting down to the end, towards our closeout.
Yep, so just to summarize everything really quickly, you want to create a process, create your process for success, which is using the guest system. You're going to build knowledge and relationships, and that's what you do by gathering the information and actually developing a relationship, and then believe in the product and service that you have created. Because if you don't believe in it, then nobody else will. So I'll summarize it by saying that my name is, these are some of those resources that we have. You can visit us at www.jnfenterprises.com. And this is where you can find us as well on social media as well. My name is Leroy McKenzie Jr. I want to thank you all for attending the conference today. Hopefully I've said just something that you're able to take away and use in your business to be able to keep that customer that you are working for.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, you did, Leroy. Yes, you did. I swear. This has been an awesome day. I really want to thank everybody for joining. I want to invite you to come back tomorrow, because first thing in the morning, I am going to do a presentation on how to incorporate or start a virtual business. This is a webinar that I did earlier in the months, and it was very popular. So please come back for that. I think every business should have some sort of virtuality to it to keep you in business when we have times like this with coronavirus. So that is going to be starting at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock, followed with Dr. LaQuista Erna. She's going to be talking about how you can use your challenges as a stepping stone to the next step in your life. And that's a health track that's going to be at 10:30 tomorrow. And then we're going to have a special business track with Chris Jordan from TNC. He's going to be here on leadership. We also have Thomas Ellis from EWC Consultants, and he's going to be talking about sales. We have Leroy coming back on branding. And we also have our two financial folks. We have Ken Alize coming back from Financial Capital Advisors, who was really informational yesterday, as well as Kenneth Clark, which we're really going to be talking about insurance questions that we're going to have for that. And then we're going to have Shelley Rollins and Rita Bruce. They're going to be amplifying the possibilities of your transition. They are very high-powered speakers, followed with Imbaloo from M&T Bank talking about mortgage options for if you are trying to buy a home or a trailer or whatever. They are going to tell you what M&T. Now, we'll tell you what M&T is our sponsors, that they are, again, the #1 lender for SBA loans. So you definitely want to be in the room with Imbaloo and also George Bredding, who is going to be here to do a presentation. And then last but not least, we're going to have Thomas Ellis come back, and he's going to be sharing us 9 ways to close a sale, 9 tips that he's going to share. And we're going to go out with a bang. I really appreciate everybody joining, and I cannot wait for tomorrow. And it's been an awesome, you guys have been awesome. And tell your friends about it. Make sure you come in bright and early tomorrow and get ready for the last day of the Veterans Biz Up Conference. Thank you all, and I hope you have a great afternoon.